I wish good things to you who's watching this. I am Alexey. We are slightly late today. Hi Raf, hi William, hi Spectrillo. Cause I needed to fix an upside down Spanish flag. Well, luckily, there's still a bit of time before the Spain-China match, but as you can see from the score above, we have a long day today, which is why I probably will not be able to do it alone. We're most likely to be joined by a guest about an hour into the stream, because it is quite early where they are, and this maybe can narrow it down to who it could be. So 3 matches. First of all, Malaysia, Taiwan, or actually it's Taiwan, Malaysia. I gotta change it again. And after that, an hour later, Spain, China, and then Colombia, Brazil. So I'm gonna remind you that this is the round 3 of the World Team Carcassonne Online Championship. And nothing's really clear about who's the favorite to qualify from each of the groups. So I guess let's just watch the games. So as comes for Team Malaysia, hi Sam, hi Glovier. So as for Team Malaysia, they're the newcomers. They have one player. For those of you who have been watching the channel, might have seen the player with the screen name Bubble Croman, and they actually came second in the Mind Sports Olympiad 2021, and when we reviewed that game on this channel, so feel free to look at one of my earlier videos if you're interested. So I suggest that we actually watch their game at some point. Then on other tables, I would expect the Taiwanese players to be the favorites, just because they have at least 2 masters lined up. Stephen Chang and Melissa Tsang are very strong. So I don't know. Do you have any preference as to which game to watch? If not, I'm probably most interested in watching the game where the Malaysian player would be the slight favorite. So currently they are at 429 rated, but they, I think, used to be 600 or so. And here's that tournament. Well, as we see, actually, temporarily, the Taiwanese player is the rating favorite, but nevertheless, I expect this duel to be the closest. Probably it's a good idea to remind you the rules as well. For those of you who are new to this championship, so each match is 5-on-5, so 5 duels, one-on-one duels are happening at the same time. Each of the duels is a best of 3. The team that wins the most duels wins the game. So pretty simple. William saying China versus Taiwan could be very interesting. Yes, obviously a political context there. Always fun to watch. Actually, even though this is sort of an entertainment channel, I don't want to shy away from any topics. So, well, Taiwan versus China is not going to happen anytime soon, because they're not in the same group. But if both of these teams qualify for the playoffs, then that could happen, I guess. Although I haven't really seen the grid, it's too early to tell. And also, one more time, to remind you, I'm giving away this Carcassonne 20 anniversary set to those of you who will be best at predicting the outcome of the entire championship. So from any point until now, until June 19, feel free to comment either on this stream or on any of my videos the name of the team that you think will win the championship, as well as the second, third, and fourth place, because we will need those as tiebreakers. Right, the tournament is about to start in 1 minute or so. Just checking the real names of the players, because I keep forgetting them. So Bubble Chroman is Xiang Sheng. And the Taiwanese players are unknown, because interestingly, everything in their internal Carcassonne affairs is happening online, and the captain doesn't even know everybody on their team personally. All right, I see more viewers coming in. By the way, got to remind you about two things: the standard YouTube stuff, but that's important. Make sure that the number of likes matches the number of viewers, because it helps with the algorithm and bringing the stream out to people who may be new to competitive Carcassonne and the World Team Carcassonne Online Championship. And also do subscribe if you intend on watching this channel more than once, and also if you click the bell icon, it will give you notifications about the stream. I've been asked a lot about how do I know when the next stream is. Well, that's the answer. So not only subscription, but also the bell icon. I also list them in my profile. Ah, interesting. So Raf is saying that China and Taiwan are actually in the same grid, so they both qualify. If one of them gets second and the other one gets third, then they will in fact play against each other. And I'm definitely streaming this game if that happens, even if it's like even if they play in the morning. That will be night in Europe. I'm still streaming this just for the political tension. All right, I'm gonna get my guests soon while the players are preparing for the game. So I was supposed to have started, but they haven't joined just yet. I'm gonna be with you in 1 minute. Hello? We're live, yeah? Just so you know. Just a second, I'll turn on your sound. So I will make sure that you can see my guest in a second. In the meantime, maybe somebody can recognize you by your voice. Can you say hello to everybody?
Hello, everybody.
So do you recognize at least the first language? Oh, actually, I think yeah, that's interesting. All right, see, it looks to me that there might be an issue getting your face up, but we will make that happen anyway. So I'm gonna tell you that it's Elias Mochan with me, the captain of Team Mexico, also known as ComplixVandh on Board Game Arena. Let me know if I pronounced that correctly or not.
Yeah, pretty much.
Can you actually tell a little bit about while I sort out the technical stuff, how did your screen name arise and why the DH at the end?
Okay, my screen name has two parts. So one is Complix and one is Vandh. They differ by about what, like 80 years, one from the other, I think, maybe more. Complix comes from when I was like 10 years old or something like that. No, maybe smaller. When I was a kid, there were some older kids drawing comics in my school, so I decided to draw comics myself, and I was very bad at it. I draw panels that were very small, and it was very hard to read. So I would say very complicated to read. So I started using the word complex as my brand because it was a mix of complicated and comics. But I started using it for everything. So that's where complex comes from. But then one day, I have an email with that was Complex Games, and suddenly it was linked to a Twitter account that was not mine. So that's why I needed to add something after. And and then I started doing some kind of popularity contests online of fictional characters, and they were mostly villains and heroes from different franchises, or sometimes created by my friends. And so it was tournaments of villains and heroes. So I thought about naming it H and so in Spanish the conjunction and is just a Y, but it's pronounced E.
Mm-hmm.
So it was Torneos VIH, but if you read it in Spanish, VIH sounds like the virus of AIDS.
Ah.
And if I wrote HIV, it also sounds like the virus of AIDS, just in English. So I didn't want it to sound like the virus of AIDS. It was villains and heroes. So that's why I wrote the whole word and. So it's V and H. And that's the origin of band.
Okay, yeah, now that makes sense. I love it of these kind of complex screen names which have multiple transformations in them, and then eventually it's just not possible to recognize without knowing the actual story. So, I have a bit of a surprising news, which is I don't seem to be able to get you up on stream. There appears to be a bug that in order to do that, I will need to restart the stream, which I'm not gonna do. Obviously, because we already have the game going on, so I might try a couple of other things to get everybody to see your face a little bit later. In the meantime, probably we'll have to do with Elias's voice. I hope that will be good enough, at least for now. So Sam is asking, what is the conflict between China and Taiwan? Well, in Carcassonne, none, because they're not in the same group, and in real life, basically, China does not recognize Taiwan. China recognizes Taiwan as part of its own territory. And technically, actually, Taiwan does not recognize itself independent. Technically, Taiwan recognizes itself as China, and that it claims control over the whole territory of China as well. But it's pretty complicated. So we are going to start making sense of the position in a second. Elias, can you see the positional right?
Yes, we're watching game 2, right?
Yes, if you
Okay.
want to give numbers to them. But basically, the point is that we're watching the captain of the Malaysian team, Xiang Sheng, who just completed a huge
Yes.
city. And, well,
Yes.
I don't want to say if they won the game. Probably not yet, actually. But the advantage is huge.
Yeah,
So
12-point different advantage in the fields and 2 monasteries. So
yeah, it will be very hard for people to. Well, actually, that's a good question. So, Elias, if you are in a desperate
yes,
position like this, like what would be some long-term strategy things that you might consider for yellow to actually manage to win this game?
so of course yellow has to risk more. So for example, setting up stuff where it's a coin toss, but worth many points might not be that crazy when you are in that much of a disadvantage. So if you get it, you tie or get closer, and if you don't get it, you lose by more, but were losing anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. And well, you can try big cities, of course, not at the moment because they are pretty blocked, the biggest ones.
And also, 5 of the big city, triple city tiles are out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of the 10 shielded tiles are already in the game. So this is something that you also need to look out if you want to plan multiple moves, like 20 moves ahead. What kind of tiles are still in the game? At the moment, what we see is that not many road tiles have been used, which is not great news for yellow because you can't do much with roads. Lots of city tiles have been used. So maybe starting a huge city, for example, claiming this ruin would probably be premature. Although Red could actually do that because he has just all the meeples in the world and he can just simply steamroll everything with points, points, points. Yeah, so if I were Red, I would just play it with a simple logic wherever there are the points. This is where I place my meeple. Well, instead he chooses to. I was going to say fight for the field, but instead he start the city, and that also makes sense because many city caps are still in the game, and so I assume he expects to quickly draw 2 city caps and complete a 6-point city. The one thing that I'm not sure about is that when you're in the lead, you do not want necessarily to create big features. And by starting the city over here, he is creating a
a big
9-point
field.
field rather than a 6-point field. He's also expanding the field a little bit. So it's not something that you want as red because you're in the lead, you don't need too many swings, but you also have a meeple disadvantage. So the side with the meeple advantage is typically more favorable in field fights. So I would be very surprised if red actually has control over this field at the end of the game. I would expect yellow to win back this field from red. And maybe that's where the chances of the yellow are, to somehow try and create a field that's, I don't know, worth 21 points or something like this. And there's still enough city caps to do that. Right, we have questions from the chat. I changed the balance of the sound a little bit. Has it become better? Or do you want me to turn my volume more? Oh, thank you. Yep. It's falling. We don't want that. My Carcassonne blanket. Well, it's not a blanket technically. Like the shop says that that's quite literally a piece of fabric, but you can't tell that. It's a piece of fleece.
Here, in yellow's previous turn, I would have placed the crossroad facing the other way as he did. it blocks a little more this way, but you are giving the possibility of 2 quick points to red. And also it restricts the field a little bit. And yeah, as yellow, since you are in such a disadvantage, you want the field to be big and to win the field, of course.
Yeah, I'm in the meantime just adjusting stuff, but I completely agree that when you are at meeple advantage, you do not want to create opportunity for quick points, because quick point opportunities do favor the side with the fewer meeples. But yeah, so these are the kind of small details from which Carcassonne victories are usually welded. However, okay, I hope it's become a little bit better. Let me just have a look. Sorry, I did not expect that there would be so many things to deal with.
And here, Red is trying to close his monastery with another monastery.
Well, Red has apparently been watching my videos, so yes,
yeah,
I like that approach.
But the thing is, the spot is already kind of blockable. I don't know, but I don't know what do you want as yellow? Do you want to block for a city cap? Do you want to block for the monastery with road? I don't think you want to block for the monastery with no road, but.
Okay, Elias, I'm gonna need you to take over, like, completely. It's comment
Okay.
on all the details you can possibly find. Like, I'm gonna be doing the blanket thing.
Okay, like, I just cannot point on the board, so I will just try to describe what I'm seeing.
Yes, I trust in your language capacities.
And here, I guess Red should just take this cap, but maybe try to put it down right so that it's not on any field. Or you can also put it in the right here, but the problem is you create a 4-point road for quick points.
I completely agree. I don't know what you were saying, because I was still focusing on all my efforts on the blanket. That's just all I can think about now. But you gotta trust Elias, okay? Elias, first of all, is the captain of a team that won 4-1 yesterday. So congratulations on that.
On Friday.
On Friday, yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Was that against Argentina? No, against
Catalonia.
Against Catalonia, yeah.
Yeah.
So not the easiest opponent, obviously.
And Red decides to fight the field. Interesting.
And I mean, by the way, this is a classic. So in my perception, this move is Red being a bit generous, and as an act of charity trying to lose the game. Because, so first of all, you're fighting for a field, and you're down 3 meeples to an opponent, and you're making this field bigger by adding another city cap. Well, what's going to happen is that yellow's going to take that city cap, and that after that...
I would have taken that road as yellow.
You have to, yeah. Like, you have 4 meeples. What are you? So, they kind of being a little bit conservative. Maybe yellow still hasn't gotten over the psychological shock of the big city, right? But I still got to have a look at the chat a little bit. But basically, my dear viewers, here's the point: is that you see now Red doesn't have any meeples. Now yellow can maybe put this tile over here at the top and break this city and also threaten this road. Yeah, that's a good move as well. You want to get points. And now what's going to happen? Yellow's going to make this, Red's going to make this field even bigger by completing his road. But Red, of course, has to complete his road. You can't play without meeples. And then there will be 2 spare city caps for Yellow to take 2 small cities. And then just use these small cities as attacking platforms for the field. This will be a 15-point field, which will belong to Yellow. Oh, this actually will be even more than 15 points. So again, it seems to me that red maybe not necessarily recognizing the win condition over here, and now red still has just a massive points advantage, right? But it can disappear at some point.
Yeah, the big variance of the caps is also favorable to yellow.
What do you mean?
It's a quick point, so it's from -8 to +8, depending on who draws the caps. But that favors the player who's in a disadvantage. Who is losing on points, I mean. So the more random the game, the better it is for the player who is losing.
Oh, that's an excellent point. Yes. So if you are losing the game, so actually you want to create coin flips. Preferably you want to create one coin flip actually for a very, very impactful tile, such as what Elias would call an evil hamster, which is a monastery-shaped hole in the middle of a landscape that gives you automatically 9 points, and that's an 18-point swing. So you get 9 points, your opponent doesn't get, and a 9 point doesn't get 9 points. So if you can find something like this, well, then it's just fantastic. Well, as we see, red will probably manage to complete at least one of the cities, and I think red just needs to recognize when to give up on the field. And then I think everything should be fine for them. But, I'm curious to see what yellow finds up. So the game has dried up a little bit. Now the players start thinking a little bit more. Actually, I just noticed how much of a time advantage red has. Yellow has. And maybe this is connected to the results as well. So in my observation, in the games that we've watched so far, the person who thinks longer actually ends up winning the game. Of course, there are some exceptions, but so use your time. Also, be kind to the streamers, because now I unfortunately haven't been able to look at the chat just because the game changes so much. But here we are. Oh, interesting point from Raf. No triangular cities left to finish red city. So is red not counting tiles? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that's 10 of those.
And parallel caps are also out.
How do you call them?
Split style.
Yeah, the splitter.
I meant orthogonal caps.
Yeah. Tapas ortogonales, of course. I watch your streams as well. Oh yeah, so by the way, of course, Elias also streams in Spanish some of the games, and you, if you speak Spanish, so you're most welcome to watch his channel as well. Feel free to share it in the chat, Elias. I'm not sure if I have the link with me. Well, one way for red to finish this city would be to get exactly this tile. Yes, a triple city and then a city cap. And now just red needs to recognize that he has to use this tile. There's just no other option for him. Right, but while red makes this crucial decision, yes, I agree, Raf, that once red places the tile there, it could, the city could get shared, but it's a risk that red just has to take. Otherwise, you get your meeple stranded with only 4 points, and that's not enough. So we have questions. First of all, is the point of the stream having a team captain every time? Not necessarily. It's just something that sort of happens. So yes, I want to have a guest every time whenever possible. Many times they happen to be captain of one of the teams, but there's usually another reason as well. So for example, because Elias is also a streamer, he'll be able to, I think, share his insights on that part. By the way, you've seen Elias's games at least twice in this channel. Once last time on last stream when Elias was playing against Raf Messotten of Belgium. That was a most interesting game where Elias managed to secure a huge incomplete city. And of course, you've seen my match against Elias, the streamers match that we had earlier in March, and you're most welcome to watch that too. What's this? Okay, next question later. Let's just catch up with the game a little bit. So Red's, unfortunately, maybe is not counting tiles. And you see Red actually would have continued the city. I'm a bit surprised about that, because there is all the time in the world to count tiles. I mean, let me try. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That wasn't too difficult. Just the triangles, right? 1, 2 city splitters.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, Red can still win. All just Red's gonna do is finish a city, have the 2 meeples, and just maybe not let the fields connect too much. Just make sure that the field is not huge. By the way, the main field is already 12 points. If they connect, there's going to be 15 points. If they connect even further, they're going to be 18 points. So currently everything is headed according to the scenario that would help yellow win the game. Fantastic tile for yellow.
He could have taken with 1 more point.
Of course. Oh, why would you? Exactly, and also this problem that you create a connection spot. Like, you have 16 minutes. Why would you just not consider the options? Because the thing is, like, it's not a bad move necessarily, although I do prefer 8 points to 7 points always, and especially you get the threat of winning the field outright. Yeah. But now actually Red's, it's not clear for Red what to do.
I think you join the 2 fields on the top.
But then what happens if your bottom meeple gets cut out?
Oh, you're right. I don't know. How many simple caps are left?
There have to be some. I think not all of the regular city caps are out. At least I see only 3 regular city caps being used. By regular city caps, I mean those, like with a piece of land. So there's at least 2 more.
So
yeah,
he's... It's weird. Red is playing as if he was yellow.
That's an excellent question. I think this is something that we've seen time and time again. Just well, obviously Reds get lucky massively, but I think Red was not really trying to, I don't know, lose the game, because if yellow were to get a city cap, they could have gotten the city cap, and then they could have actually connected everything, and yeah, and now yellow's just massively lost. Like, there's just nothing that you can really do. Yeah, so of course this you connect, but then Red will probably connect, and then maybe yellow will have to think of reconnect. Or maybe if you're Red, you actually wait, just in order not to give yellow a meeple and only connect at the last moment, because again, you don't need to win the field in order to win the game. You just need to sort of stay there with the 6-point field.
There is an entrance on the left to the field, so if he waits, he risks a little bit for yellow to take the other entrance, and if you get a bad draw, yellow wins the field.
But the thing is, he can afford that.
Yeah.
So what he cannot afford, well, yeah, that's understandable. But basically, what's could happen now? Yeah, there's probably there's just not going to be enough.
Oh, I would have taken the 4 points first, but
I understand, but the thing there are only this many tiles left. Oh, subtle, just sort of kind of blocking the connection over there.
I don't know if there are caps to close that city.
Well, I don't think it matters that much. All you have to do is just win another coin flip, I guess. Well, yeah, there's simply just not enough tiles remaining, but we see here red taking an unnecessarily risky approach, but it ends up working. So yes, they share the field, but of course,
it was 24 points the field.
Yeah, but this early city that was completed was very hard to play against. I think yellow did a good job of actually creating the opportunities, and red took the bait. But I think maybe this monastery taking 7 instead of 8 points and creating another connection spot is what made it impossible for yellow to fight. And as we see, it's only a 10-point difference, so it's just a matter of a few quick points, maybe a complete monastery, just a little bit of something. All right, so we're gonna congratulate
the field
Sanction.
could have been the difference if
the field could have been the difference, yeah. So this is definitely something that red was risking. Now, Elias, which duel shall we watch next? Because I think these guys just played too fast. I don't know, we can't make sense of it. I was thinking maybe of Steven Chang just because he's slower, or do you want to watch Imlissa maybe?
Yeah, I don't know the Malaysian players, so I like Lisa Tseng, I like Sakura Kim, who is almost done, but I think Sakura Kim has too much of an advantage now.
So maybe that's not that interesting. So let's just have a look at Imlissa. To be honest, so I don't know really the Malaysian players. I only know Xiang Sheng, Bubble Chroman, just because. So as we see, Imlissa also won her first game. Oh, so this means that they just started the second game, and they're playing against somebody who wasn't on Board Game Arena before. So I guess we can.
They have at least one loss because they have one elo.
Well, the loss was exactly against Imlissa because this is already their second game.
Okay. Let me stock Xiao 89 a little bit. I know that Malaysia has been strong offline. At least the year I went to Essen, Malaysia got in the top 8. So there might be some players that I knew to Board Game Arena but are actually quite strong in real life. I just don't know who that might be.
Oh, sure, that could happen. But the thing, we're not playing in real life. We're playing in Board Game Arena, and actually getting used to the interface is an important part. So when I just joined Board Game Arena, I mean, obviously I was a bit rusty, and I just wasn't aware about the new game developments, and I started by losing a lot of games. And so part of that was connected to me actually needing to catch up with learning Carcassonne a little bit. But I think part of these losses that I had was attributed that was just, I don't know, it was just hard to see the tiles, and I think you need to play at least like 20 or 30 games on Board Game Arena before you can play at at an event like this.
Yeah. The other day, I lost a tournament of Stone Age because of something that I wasn't using the interface. I clicked I want to lose 10 points instead of I want to lose 1 point. And it was the final game of the tournament. So yeah, those things can be factors. I hope it's not the case.
Well, at least Green seems to be doing just fine this game, finally getting the Dorito con una camina to complete his rhombus city, or as Dan Chard would call them, I think in his book of Carcassonne he calls it flower cities.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I love. So actually, part of what I would like to talk about, Elias, is in Mexico you seem to have a lot of interesting terminology that made its way to other countries as well. So I think, I'm not sure what the origin was, but I think it's really because of you that English-speaking countries also started calling triangular cities Doritos. Also, we'll have the evil hamster. Can you share some other terminology that you find interesting? And I'll be curious, especially about names of different shapes of the cities.
Actually, Marco Manarori and I were writing kind of a glossary of all the terms that we use, but we put it on hold for a little bit. But it's been written. The Dorito comes from the Catalan. The Carcassonne.cat webpage has a like strategy tips section or something like that, and they have they use the word Dorito to refer to these triangles, and we took it from there actually. So I'm not sure if it's are doing that it has catched on, or if it's just the Catalans. Oh, nice double block there by Lisa Tseng.
Yeah, so only 50% for green.
For 2 meeples.
Exactly. So, and if you block 2 meeples with a 50% chance, it's the same. Well, the expected value is the same of as if you were blocking 1 meeple with a 100% chance. So definitely a productive move. Now another block by Melissa. Although there was an argument to waiting for a row tile, making sure that green needs the same tile everywhere, this starting tile over here. But now red has actually 2 suitable tiles for this and 1 suitable tile for this, so maybe he'll get something. And of course green has more points on the board. There's still many tiles remaining, so I think it will be hard for green to play, especially now that this little meeple is committed to this mini battle, although still 2 tiles left to fit over here. Actually, never mind, it's just 1 tile. Yeah, so all these 3 sensitive spots, they're committed to different tiles, but these are all pretty rare tiles, and also these spots are not secure. They're actually subject to a further block. So
there are still the split tiles to try to invade the big city on top left.
So you put it over here on the left with a split tile with a meeple right here, hoping to snatch it off with a triangle. But then the question is like, whom does this favor? So the side that is winning should probably at some point spend a move in blocking off this opportunity.
Yes. That's what we call that a Manarori, because he does that a lot. Securing shared features just so that the opponent doesn't take them.
Okay, in the meantime, by the way, hi Marco. Manarori is also here. Wait, and also hi, hi Edgar. And we have another question. Oh, that's an excellent question. Do you Chris is asking, do you think styles of play have generally changed over time, more or less blocking, more or less risk taking? Well, I guess that depends on what you mean by over time, but Elias, what do you think? Have styles of game have changed, and also for how long have you been actually playing Carcassonne?
So I think I played my first game around 2016. I started playing. I started like trying to get good in 2017, and I won the national championship in 2018. So, and I can tell you that my style. I think for most people, the evolution of playing style at the beginning is similar. You start just taking whatever construction you think is good until that one game where you play a stronger player and they block all your meeples, and then you turn into a, I say blocky loco, to a crazy blocker. You start just, you don't want point. If you can block, you block instead of getting points, and then you start playing even stronger players, and you see that they don't mind as much the blockings, and they are just getting so many points, and it feels like they are getting lucky. And then you start getting playing different to get points as well. And after that, it might depend on each person how the style evolves. But I think most people goes through at least the crazy blocker phase and just take whatever phase.
Yes, I love this definition. So of course, I also had a bit of a crazy blocker phase, but back in Latvia, so when I just started playing, so I learned Carcassonne in 2010, or I think 2010. Then in 2011, there was my first Latvian championship, and there actually I found out all the rules for the first time. So I remember that I was playing against then Latvian champion, and he had two. There was an 11-point shared road, but he had two meeples, and I had only one meeple there. And so he started counting his points, and I had started counting mine because I thought, well, I also have a meeple there. I also get those points. And then he said, but I have two. And then I realized, oh, so that's how it works. So if you have more meeples in a feature, then you get to. Oh, okay, now I get it. So yeah, I think that year I scored obviously like only 50% or so. And the next year, the next year I won. Yeah, I think the year that one was in 2011, but that was quite some time ago. So actually, I think I have a lot of time frames to compare. By the way, speaking of crazy blocker phase, so we see many blocked meeples here. However, I don't think it quite applies to what we're talking about, because here the situations in which green's meeples were actually quite precarious to begin with, and red didn't invest a lot of resources. Red just maybe spent one move over here, just one move again. So even though it looks like the game has been focused on blocking, red has actually been very good in minimizing the amount of resources spent on pure blocking. And of course, in an ideal move, you want to make a move like this, maybe that the red player made only earlier. So blocking your opponent and also getting points for you at the same time, that's actually something that you should be aiming for, even though it's not always possible. Now we see an interesting move over here from green, adding points to.
Yeah, my guess is green changed his mind midway through. He wanted to attack, and then he realized it was the last meeple, and then just left it like that.
Yeah, that makes sense. So make sure, by the way, actually this is something that I like to do. And okay, green gets it. Now the game becomes interesting because red did not complete the block relying on the 50%, and you cannot call it like extra lucky or anything. I mean, it's just a coin flip. So this could have gone either way, and if you're the higher rated player, it's your job to ensure that even if your opponent gets these coin flips, you're still get the better piece of it. Now green is going to take another 6 points.
Yeah, and
now,
actually green is better now, I think.
I think so. Just all green needs to do in the next move. So if green gets 6 points, no,
Oh no.
no. And now, not only do you take 4 points instead of 6, you create 3 vulnerable meeples. Oh my god. Oh no, green. That was the move that gave the game away. Well, I mean, that's okay. Maybe like that's one of their first games or something, and that's also by the thing. I think maybe green was too focused on actually just completing his monastery. That's also what many, I think, mid-level players are focused too much. Like, so they meeple a monastery, just think, okay, how I'm gonna complete it, and like you only need to complete features if you need meeples, and at that point, well, green didn't really need meeples that badly, and also now green's not gonna have those meeples.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed happens with I would say starting players, not so much. It's not mid-level. It's really a novice thing. Is that they think a monastery is 9 points only when it's closed, and that the last tile gives you 9 points, instead of thinking that each tile is giving you 1 point. So I think a wrong mindset would be, I'm gonna put this tile here because if I get the road, I will get 9 points. Instead of thinking this is 1 point and the road will be another 1 point.
Oh yeah, that's a fair point. And even though they actually may know the rules, just like psychologically, it may seem that you need to score, that you need to complete that monastery. So, well, you see, now actually green sort of making a bit more of an advanced move. So committing your last meeple to a field just so that your opponent doesn't get it. It's actually quite an advanced play. And this is something that's worth staying without meeples for. It's just, well, that's the unfortunate part a little bit. But I think if green manages to... Well, hard to recommend something for green, but I think with an extremely lucky run out, it's not like super lost just yet. This is a great move because if green completes his monastery, then this will automatically connect red to the field. By the way, Edgar was asking which kind of colorblind am I today. I don't know, Elias, if you remember, I just kept like saying the wrong colors all the time, and apparently I'm lucid today completely, possibly because in the first game we had red against yellow, so it was much harder to say red meaning yellow because there was actually a red and actually a yellow. But let's continue further. So about styles, because styles was such an interesting question. Also, we have a bunch of follow-up questions in the chat. Is I had this sort of crazy blocker phase, but because it was in a small country, and I sort of came up with it from scratch. Really, I mean, many people came up with that approach from scratch independently. Like people were generally surprised. So you come to a tournament and then you block, and it's just so satisfying. And they, oh, so now I can't get my meeple back ever again. So you could actually do something that just score points for themselves. And I literally had a game once which I won literally with 90 points. I think even 100 points difference, something like this, where I blocked my opponent's 7 meeples. I took care of blocking for the first half of the game. Then all the meeples were blocked, and in the second half of the game we just scored points. I had many games like this, one over the board. Of course, this approach isn't really optimal, and that's the main stuff that has changed actually over the years. So the top players, they now don't block as much as before, and they take much more risks than before when it comes to getting blocked themselves. So they don't care that much about getting blocked, just because you don't win game with meeples, you win with points. They also care about fields a little bit less, especially at the start of the game. Because when I played in the World Championship for my first time in 2013, I remember that many players actually would commit and sometimes overcommit to fields. And then you just figure out that, when... I think that was also kind of a bit new at the time, that if your player throws too many meeples on the field, like for example 3 at the start, well then you don't have to fight for the field, you can just compensate that with monasteries. And let's say if your opponent has 3 meeples on an 18-point field, which could happen quite easily, you just meeple 3 monasteries, they get blocked, but you get 24 points because it's 3 times 8. Now, another thing that changed a lot is that these days the concept of what I call a mini battle of meeples has been, I think, much more thoroughly understood, even though not all players obviously call it the same way, is, that you feel that you're playing as if like a football team. So you have 7 meeples, your opponent has 7 meeples. And just like in football or any sports game, they gotta sort of each cover each other, kind of stand against each other. You also start thinking how this meeple plays against this meeple. So for example, imagine if you have a road and your opponent has a city, and then if you get your let's say you have a city, your opponent has a road, and if you get your meeple blocked and your opponent's meeple blocked, then you get a slight advantage in the mini battle because you usually can expand that city, and then the road is much harder to expand if they're both blocked in the same spot. So I think that has been understood a little bit more. To be honest, like the main thing is that the players are just better now. I mean, that's understandable. There's a greater pool of players. I also had to learn a bunch of new things when I joined the board game arena. And it just appears that these changes in style, by the way, nice move by red, although I wasn't sure if that was quite necessary. Maybe it was. It seems to me that green maybe can hope to just...
Oh, it's 2 tiles left.
Yeah. And one of them's a monastery.
Green goes for the quick points.
Oh, I think... yeah. So red is connecting. I don't think there was anything better than quick points, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, no,
Oh, brilliant move by red, because red calculated. I knew the Taiwanese master wouldn't do this for no reason, because there were 3 tiles still suitable, and I think...
And no way to block.
Yeah, no way to block, and more moves left than there were tiles. So red was guaranteed to get at least one of these tiles. Yeah, so look for 100%.
And I actually hadn't seen that move, so I would have been surprised by Lizard saying there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, so it simply just appears that these changes in style reflect of what's kind of optimal from a game theory perspective. Right, we have loads of questions. Yes, I don't think that Xiao is an alternative account. We were talking about like this being unusual, the player just joined Board Game Arena. First of all, Malaysia is actually a new team, and so they might not all be in Board Game Arena. And second, alternative accounts are forbidden this championship, and organizers, well, maybe this is something that you can confirm. I don't know, Elias, if you've been involved in that or part of the championship. of the organization that identity checks have been quite thorough. So as many of you know, who also participate in this championship, like we had to send IDs and stuff. So there's just no incentive for anybody to have an alternative account. Can you comment on that a little bit, Elias?
So yeah, I'm not part of the registration team. I was part of the rules team and stuff like that, and deciding which measures to take, which is it's a hard thing considering it's an online event. So what to do to make cheating hard, but not too complicated for everyone involved. So for example, I know in high-level chess tournaments they would have a cam around the player and a cam around the computer at all times and a referee watching, but we don't have the manpower to do that. So I think we came with the decent balance of stuff we can do and really like at least we are not having second accounts playing.
Yeah, so that makes sense. So probably this means that the chances of that are quite unlikely. But this brings to the next question. So let's say if somebody were playing with a second account. So Oscar Heinrich here is talking about styles in Carcassonne. Do you guys believe they're noticeable enough to be able to recognize which of the top players is playing without seeing the name? That's a fascinating question. Let me just get to that in a second, because first we'll got to update the score. So that's the first big point. By the way, not the easiest game, only an 8-point difference. I think had Green made a couple of moves differently, he would actually have equalized the score. But of course, a master is a master, and experience here clearly shows. What about other matches?
So
can you guys
Steven
give
Chang
me?
is done. Steven Chang already won 2 games.
Anybody else?
I think Eyeball won the first game. They are playing the second. Almost done. Sakura Kim won the first game. 21 tiles left in the second. Bubble Croman and People 66 are 2 tiles away from ending the second game. And it looks favorable for Bubble Croman.
So at least Malaysia will score a little point.
Yes. Oh, there's a huge field.
I'm not sure if...
you're talking... 21. I'm talking the Bubble Croman versus People 66. It's 1 tile left. And yeah, I think Bubble Croman has it in the bag.
Mm-hmm. All right, so we're going to start making sense of this new position over here. But just to answer the question, so about player styles, I've been in this situation. I was actually commenting on one of the streams for the European Championship. I'm not going to say which team. Maybe you saw that. And one of the players signed up after the alternative account, and I knew who they were after their second move, after their first move, actually. Because there's one rare move that very few people, maybe like 5 people on Board Game Arena used to play. Now it's much more popular. So the move is like this. First player gets a straight line and takes a 2-point road. Second player gets a curve. What do you do with the curve, Elias?
Yeah, you can do this technique where you pointed to the city and take the road.
And take the 1-point road, yeah. And actually there is significant equity in that. But it's like, if you're relatively new to Carcassonne, then maybe don't do that. It's a bit hard to play. By the way, please take the city red. That would be just so fantastic. 1, 2, 3, 4. Because if it closes and there's still equity, then then we'll be huge. Do it, do it, do it, do it, do it. Anyway, we'll get back in a second. Why everybody's just so afraid? Yeah, so sometimes you can recognize a player one move, but I had the opposite situation. So I was playing mini games with the second account of one, let's say, very famous top player who shall be unnamed, and I didn't know that it was them. And then another player who I knew told me, "Oh, I think this is this guy's second account." Actually, I said, no. They play completely different. Like, this famous player is so much better than this guy. And I also had statistically significant differences. So, for example, I'm doing much better against this person's second account than against their main account, and it's not even close. So I mean, now that I know this is their actual account, I see that the playing style was obvious, yeah. But nevertheless, I didn't recognize it at the time, to the point that I actually got different results playing the same player. I don't know. What do you think, Elias? Are player styles recognizable to you?
Some. I don't think enough to say it's this player just by looking at the game, but enough to say I think this player would do this and get it right many times. There are some players that are completely unpredictable to me. Moya is very hard to predict. Nocivo is very hard to predict for me also. But for example, I know that Vladimir Kovalev, if he's trying to join your city, he's invading your city. Say you have a medium-sized city and he's trying to connect with a Dorito, and he gets a Dorito, he will not connect. He will put it first on his side of the city. So I actually called that move the someone you know.
Yes, also one of the terminology that's spread.
Yeah.
But by the way, yeah, I completely agree that I think Vladimir's pretty much the best at fight for city, just to taking decisions where actually you connect and where you don't. He manages to create some tension and keep this tension. By the way, remember earlier I was recommending with this tile over here, with the starting tile, to take this city with the red. Now red would have been able to place this tile over here, and he would have been just one tile away from actually equalizing the game. So, and even if red were not to complete the city, these are already 6 points, so it's definitely a risk that was worth taking. So okay, I want to answer one last question before we commit to actually diving in this position, in which, well, green has the advantage because of this field and the scoreboard, and kind of I see Sakura Kim winning. Yes, Ernest, but now it's kinda late. You see, now it's harder to complete because there's no this tile left. Anyway, better late than never, I guess. At least it's more entertaining to observe that way. But yeah, so the question is, from Sam, I think, is why do some good players... Why are there good players that don't like monasteries? To me, their value seems so obvious. Could you try to steelman that stance? Yes. Okay, I think I could. First of all, obviously, I don't have that stance. Like, anybody... I know exactly one exception. Well, maybe anybody who's, like, rated 700 or above loves monasteries. Just because they're extremely valuable sources of points. And then I see a lot of players in the 500, 600 range that use them as patches of green. Obviously, there are exceptions. I know one player above 700 who doesn't use the monasteries that often and still was able to be number one in Board Game Arena at some point. That's Meeple Wizard, Chris Perut of Germany. But I think even now, he, like, I mean, obviously he does meeple them sometimes, right? He says that he does meeple them, but he just does not experience positive emotion when doing so. But he still like knows how to play them. But in order to try to steelman that stance, I think that comes to the thing earlier where kind of people think that fields are so super important. And sometimes they are. Sometimes you do have to forego a monastery for a field, especially if it's a monastery with a road that creates a field automatically, and so you just immediately drop a meeple there. But I remember when the German player Ralf Quertford did that twice in a row, so he got 2 monasteries with the road and used them in back-to-back moves as patches of green. And actually, he won that game eventually against Melvin Quaresma. That was also a super interesting point about styles. But then Vladimir Kovalev was commenting on that game, and he called this use of monasteries sacrilegious. So that's a bit of a joke that you kind of use monasteries not as monasteries. So it's great that Red managed to get this tile. Unfortunately, Green got the remaining city cap that would fit over here so nicely. That was such a nice risk. That would have been so spectacular, but now it looks like Taiwan is going to win the match here.
One turn before, Red, or I don't know, when Red plays that curve next to the road that Green just played, that was such a weird move for me, because it creates a 6-point field and doesn't take it. And now Green takes it.
Yeah.
And there was still the crossroad, so it's not like it was a very good blocking tile anyway.
It seems to me that possibly the player was not necessarily counting the tiles. It just seems to me that way. Well, and also, at least finally we have somebody who actually taking the time. So definitely lots of respect for that. Ernest Chia thinking for 22 minutes straight, allowing us to talk about all kinds of stuff. That's great. Yeah. Sorry, guys, I wasn't able to answer all of your questions. So if you think that your question was very interesting, you'd like to hear an answer, please say it again in the chat, because I always keep scrolling up and up and up and up. But speaking of player styles, I think sometimes if you make the moves which are maybe not mathematically optimal, but your opponent does not know how to properly play against them, it can be advantageous. So if you recognize a situation where you can use monasteries as patches of green early on instead of monasteries, then sure, it could work. There are a lot of depending of factors that are in play. It's just in most situations, meepling the monastery early on is, yeah, it's basically correct. Yeah, so Green, Sakura Kim winning this game, and if Red were to complete the city, it would have been a different game. But that was not going to happen, unfortunately. Right, congratulations to Taiwan for winning the game and asserting the position of the favorites in this East Asian derby. What about the other Taiwanese games? What's going on there?
So Lisa Tseng won 2-0.
I think we saw that, yeah.
Kaika won, so I think they are going to the third match, third game, Eyeball versus Kaika. And I think that's the last one, right?
Yeah. So I guess let's watch that. Wait. So have 4 games already been finished?
Sakura Kim won. Steven Chang won.
And did
Bubble
Croman win
won
eventually?
for Malaysia. And what was the other one? I forgot. I'm forgetting one game.
People, I know. Okay, let me just check the lineups again.
Lisa Tseng also won.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah, so it's 3-1 to Taiwan, and
Oh, you like rhyming.
oh, and Eyeball is creating a beautiful city already.
I like the coat of arms of the Malaysian team.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, if you're able, do you drop your last meeple in the monastery now?
If I'm yellow,
Yes.
yes. Well, that depends,
And
actually. So I would count two things. Great question. First of all, I would count the number of tiles that get me a meeple back and calculate the expected the expected move when I were to do that. So as we see, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there are 4 curves that go here. There's still 1, 2, 3, 4, 2 monasteries and now 2 city caps that go here. And there's still 4 that go here. That's 10 tiles. That's huge. So that's definitely a good move. And then, but I would also count the number of tiles that force me to forego value. And I think there were very few of them. I think the only tile that that yellow would not be able to use productively is the 2 remaining triple caps with the crossroads. So the chances of yellow missing out on value would be extremely small, actually. I really like yellow here. I was going to say until this situation. Field. Yes. Yellow, I like how yellow is playing. The only thing is that if yellow manages to block the city, then yellow's winning. Because also yellow has a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a 94% chance, actually probably even more, of grabbing this road. And if yellow is taking this road, he's dropping another field meeple. So if you are red, you probably need to drop a field meeple urgently over here, like in this 9-point field that's about to happen. But this just shows that I really like the courage of placing your last meeple. You need to recognize when to do that. So yellow did not forego the 7 points of value.
And that's a weird move by red, creating a large road but not taking it. I think he wants to block the monastery, but that road is so juicy.
Yeah, well, yes, and of course this road will also expand yellow's field as well. The thing that is a bit of consolation for red over here is that yellow will need now the curve in both places, both for claiming the new road. This move is not comprehensible to me because yellow is blocking the blocking square for this city. Like, it's kind of time to start doing something about that city.
Yeah, I think yellow is thinking about limiting the field. He's thinking, I don't have meeples, so probably red will take that field, so I want to make that field small. That's the logic that I see.
That's good logic, except I see. So he blocked the blocking square so that he could block from the other side. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, that's actually something that I've found very interesting in Carcassonne about the indirect defense early. You don't really know who favors, because the thing is, if it depends very much on the order in which it is played. So if you play like yellow did, you know it's hard. It's hard. So it depends in what happens earlier. If red defends indirectly on the other side, or yellow places the blocking platform first. Because if you defend on both sides, then the city is very secure. But if it's defended on one side and has a platform on the other side, then it's very insecure.
Exactly, yeah. And I think the ultimate question really depends on obviously the exact number of tiles remaining and the kind of tiles remaining. In this situation, really all yellow managed to do was create a juicy 8-point city for his opponent and a 50% chance for victory, I think, for red.
But I think it was good because red had 3 outs and now it has only 1 out.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, of course, but the thing, if you're okay with red having only 1 out, then you got to block earlier instead of doing this, right? So clearly what yellow was trying to do, he was waiting for the best blocking tile to try and create a 0 out situation, because he waited for the city tile specifically so that he could take one of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 2 remaining triangles, well, more remaining triangles at that time, curve it inwards so that nothing, absolutely nothing, can fill this hole for red over here in the middle of the city. I mean, of course, no, he still got something out of it, but if you are the favorite, then typically 50% is kind of not good enough for you.
Yeah. That's a nice move by red, I think.
Yeah, anticipating the field meeple from yellow, because there are still curves there that can fit.
But the problem now is, do you take the road with your last meeple?
Depends on the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there are only 7 crossroads. I would be inclined to say no, because you would be also expanding yellow's fields. And also you
I think actually block that road is the move.
Exactly, yes. I like that move as well.
And also there's a 4-point road for quick points. There are a city cap for quick points, so I don't think you want to run out of meeples in this situation.
Yeah, that makes sense. By the way, I'm also being asked, could I share some tips for tile counting? Sure, I'm gonna try to do them once in a while. I've been postponing the creation of an actual dedicated video to tile counting tips, but after the championship it's coming, because now obviously we gotta watch on the streams. I've recently gone to the Meeple podcast by Carcassonne, Spain. So with the host Joaquin Calzado from Spain, and I shared my main tile counting tip there, and it's this: basically, if you understand how the situation changes with each tile, the game situation, then you don't even need to count tiles, because you just remember them. So for example, I didn't count now. I just remembered that there were 4 curves left. I see the curve. I know that there's 3 curves left. So I'm not going to count them again. And the reason why I remember this because I remember me saying that there was a 94% chance of yellow taking the road. Yellow didn't take the road, so it's probably still there. I didn't see any curves coming. I know that 94% is 4 remaining. And nothing has changed. Now, of course, I know this is going to be only 88%. Well, only, but still a little bit less. And so there's only 3 curves remaining. So something like this. I don't really count. I just sort of keep registering the changes of the situation at the end. I mean, of course, sometimes you need to actually recount. You need to do genuine counting, especially when you double check field connections. I use a variety of approaches here. I usually like to count the more obvious tiles first. For example, the monasteries. There are 6 monasteries. I see 5 of them are in the game. I know that there's 1 monastery left. The triple cities are also quite obvious because they're as big as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's 2 of them remaining. And also we knew that one of them was this and it didn't change. So it's still in the game. Then the other one must be this. And I don't even need to look again individually at these 3 guys to know that one of these guys is remaining. However, interestingly, we discussed, I think, in length tile counting. And I know that Elias has a different approach to tile counting than I do in some aspect. Can you share a little bit of that, Elias?
I don't know what are you referring to, sorry.
Okay, I'm referring to how we count stuff. So for example, if I were to count straight lines, I would go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But Elias would, and then I would know that there's 2 remaining, but Elias would count everything that contains straight lines. For example, I think you would go 1, 2, 3, 4. Basically, you would count both the actual straight lines and these straight lines with a piece of city on them. So I think you tend to group tiles together more than I do.
Yeah, I mean, especially do this when all I care is that it's field road, for example. So if I want to count field road tiles because that's what I need to connect to the field, it's hard to count all field road, but count caps with straight lines and starting tiles together is very easy because I just look at the straight line and I don't have to see if it has a cap or not. The same with I count 20 curves together. That's also easy. And so if I see I need a road, I can count very quickly 20 curves and 8 crossroads. It's easier than to count each kind of tile individually. Sometimes you have to check each kind of tile individually.
So that's an excellent point. Thank you. So grouping that helps a lot, depending on actually the function of the functional need. Now going back to this game, so we see that yellow managed to complete the stuff that he needed. And red unfortunately did not seize the opportunity. If I were red, I would have claimed the field over here to connect to this field over here. I would have claimed with this Dorita Kuno Kamina with the triangle, I would have claimed the field. Then I would have used this curve to connect to the field and also place a meeple on the road.
Yeah, that would have been very nice.
So like in such as when you're 20 points behind, you go for big points, because the problem that I see now is that if Reds complete this city, which is still a possibility, it still might not be enough.
Yeah. That city would be what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Does it have a shield? The last one?
It will have a shield.
Yeah. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. It's 18 points plus 2 of the road, plus 3 to the field. So it's
6. Oh yeah, yeah.
It's quite a lot, actually.
It's quite a lot, indeed. But check this out. Red uses an alternative plan. I kind of like it. If Red manages to connect over here, and over here through the main monastery,
Wow.
Okay, is this happening? Then
almost an evil hamster.
Exactly, yeah. And Red is now looking to eat up this meeple over here. I like excellent seeing of space from Red over here.
Yeah.
And is this the decider game, right?
Yes. So the thing is, can yellow block the fields from joining now?
Well, there's still one curve remaining. At least I remember that. I'm not even going to recount. Okay, I just did recount and I was correct. But what about city tiles? I'm not sure. Ooh, so he hopes to reconnect. All right, well, of course, you complete the connection. You eat that guy up.
And now he has to give the meeple back to Red.
Yes, so I think this means that, if I'm not mistaken, this could be enough. completing the big city could be enough for red to win. Or maybe somehow, yeah, because the field by its alone will not be enough. But I like the idea of reconnection, actually.
I don't know if yellow counted that there were no Doritos and simple caps left. Maybe blocking was better, blocking with the city.
I see one simple cap remaining.
Oh, okay.
So
and there were those
and there's
also.
this. So there was no way to guarantee that. What did you? First of all, count. Take your time. You have 7 minutes.
Yeah. You can try to join the field with the road again. You won't be able to take the road now because you don't have meeples. Or take the 6-point field on the right.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that field's gonna be enough because you kind of want to spend your last meeple on your last turn. So I would probably just grab 4 points and hope for something nice at the end. All of that does depend on variety of factors. But how can you join? You said joining through a road. I'm not sure quite what you mean. I don't think that's ever possible.
Oh no, that was the last curve. Sorry, I missed the last curve.
Exactly. But by the way, about tile counting tips, do you remember? So we didn't need to recount at any point just because we were keeping track of them, and every time a curve happened, it changed the game situation ever so slightly.
So red took the 6-point field.
Yeah, clearly.
So the thing is, had red taken the 4 points, yellow could have taken the 6-point field.
Oh, yes, and that would have turned into a 9-point field. Excellent point. Yeah, so that's I think. Oh no! I'm gonna deal with the blanket. Well, it was a good run. It was an hour. Yeah, just in the best moment. All right, Elias, you take over. So what should red do? What should yellow do? Teach them how to play.
This one, I don't know. So yellow has to count first if what's the score. So yellow just dropped it somewhere. But yeah, in that situation you have to count the score and see if you need to join the field or if you can. If taking the road was enough to win, I would have taken the road. Now the thing is, now yellow should not take these 4 points because it's actually just 1 point. The 3 points on the left is actually more. And I think yellow missed the opportunity to take the road. Maybe rushed into that because they have 15 minutes. So
they have only 15 minutes left, you know.
Yeah.
You never know what could happen during that time.
So did we miss a tile or is red going to close the city? No, red is going to close the city, right?
But why would red close the city?
Because it's his.
Oh, yes, red. Yes, of course. Oh, no. Now I'm doing reverse color blindness because now I'm saying everything correctly. But when you say red, I think yellow for some reason. I think that's a little bit unfortunate because red didn't manage to use the remaining meeples on time. But is that enough? Yes, that's enough. That's
I think yellow wins by 2.
No, there's a 6-point field.
Oh yeah, there's the 6-point field. Yeah.
Oh, fantastic. But that idea with the red of connecting the fields through a monastery, that was just beautiful. So congratulations for Malaysia to actually making the score tighter. Congratulations for Taiwan of winning the 3-2 match. Oh, yes. absolutely lovely Carcassonne there at the end. Just realizing that you need to come from behind and seeing space, this connection for the monastery is just lovely.
So the last tiles were a cap and the triple city. So I think there was no way for yellow to join the big field.
Yes. And the maximum what the Taiwanese player could have done is made themselves -1 had they claimed the road instead of the field, but that's it. And also that was really nice precision from Red, because he took that 6-point field when I was suggesting grabbing 6 points. When I was suggesting to grab a 4-point city, but 6-point field was indeed much better in that situation. And yeah, that's just fantastic, actually. All right, so we have a 3-2. So definitely good news with that. We have to continue, guys. Now Spain-China. The match is already underway. Let's just visit the lineups page in a second. So Spain-China. What are some interesting duels? Okay, so David Cobot Socanero playing against Tomatokin. I don't know who Tomatokin is, but Socanero managed to defeat Melvin Quaresma early in this championship, so that's something. Loco Elo Mitaocat, that's also something super interesting. And also Estrancio Balala Ferry, because Estrancio over here is David, the author of the script for analyzing games that I used on stream before. So your guest privileges. Elias, which duel do you want to watch?
Let me check. I think Locuelo versus Mitaocat catches my attention.
Alrighty. Okay, and in the meantime, if you could just double check how the games are actually going, because so I think Locuelo is still playing his first game.
Balala Ferry won the first game against Estroncio by 2 points. They are in the second one now. I forgot who the other players were. Alphamad. So I see that when you say names in Spanish, you actually use the Spanish C.
Yes, exactly. I do it only when saying the Spanish names, but I don't do it when saying Colombian names.
Okay.
So I know my dialects.
Good.
So it looks like a massive win for Red, right? And also, Mitaocat is the player to whom I lost my duel by 2 points earlier on in the game. So I'll be a bit biased and maybe root for Locuelo over here. Although it's actually very hard to know whom I should be rooting for, because China and Spain are in the same group as Latvia. So Latvia still has chances to qualify because we won a crucial game yesterday against RCP. And so for us, I guess we need the team. It's very hard to say whom we need to win, but basically our group is going to end up very complicated. I'm pretty sure that everything will be decided by not the number of matches won, but these additional factors, the tiebreakers, the number of duels won, the number of games won. So I guess let's just enjoy this game. I don't think I'm going to be supporting anybody in particular, but I guess who you will be rooting for, Elias?
Well, I have more friends in Spain than in China.
I would expect so. Just to support the Spanish-speaking community.
Yeah.
Let's actually have a look at how David is doing. Because I think these guys, they wanted to do on a break.
I think Estroncio's game is interesting already because Estroncio has a big city.
Okay, let's keep it. But Red has a massive advantage on the scoreboard. Just manages to complete a 7-point road around his monastery and the monastery itself. So, thus, by building around the monastery, Red managed to extract maximum value, at least 2 points from every tile. So, in order to come back, Blue probably needs to just try and complete his city. However, Blue has the greater rating. Also, I see that the Spanish players have grown in rating significantly, and they were also at the top of their group at the start of this. So this game is definitely not over. Now, Red is thinking whether to place the meeple on the monastery, which Red, of course, should. I mean, it looks like a 3-point spot only. But the thing, just because it's next to your opponent's features,
stuff is going to happen there, yeah.
Yeah, you just don't realize that, first of all, you will use it as a connection platform. That's 1 more point. Blue will build over here. Blue will build over here. That's 2 more points for free. So it looks like it's 3 points. But anyway, like, now I'm going to be rooting for Blue. Because Blue's got to punish Red for conserving meeples. With 4 meeples. I don't know.
Yeah. I actually, when I place a monastery next to an opponent's feature, sometimes I just count it as if it already has the points where the opponent is going to build. So, for example, if I place a monastery next that's 3 points, but next to a road that my opponent has, I think of it as a 4-point monastery because of the extra point. Because I'm taking 1 point from the opponent, basically.
That's an excellent point. That also how I think as well. And I've noticed that Japanese players, especially, who I think are extremely good at knowing how to play their monasteries, they often prioritize placing the monastery next to your opponent's feature as opposed to where you have the more points. So they would forego a 6-point spot, but they would take a 3-point spot if it's next to 2 of their opponent's features.
Yeah.
Right. I think just what Estroncio can do is build.
I would have tried to block the big city of Blue with that triple city that Red drew.
Yeah, exactly.
Because
come on.
Now it's getting really threatening.
That's
what we call a dodo, by the way. These huge cities.
Yeah, but I love.
Oh, and
there it is. Completely deserved. By the way, check this out. This monastery would have been already 7 points, and Red would have had wonderful compensation for this stuff. And it's not hard, if you're an experienced player, to predict that this monastery is actually going to build up. So now the game is tied. By the way, Red still has the advantage. Because these 2 cities of Blue are pretty difficult, and Red has these nice fields over here. And also Blue just cannot seem to get a curve to finally complete his 9-point monastery. But still, now at least it's a fighting chance. So one thing that you have to look at when your opponent is about to finish his big city, one thing is, of course, how to prevent it from happening. But the other thing, if I cannot prevent it from happening, how do I gain enough compensation? Oof, not a fan of the auto block over here by Blue. I mean, I see that Blue wants to connect to the field. Just might be a bit premature, maybe, because
I think Blue just gave up on that city.
Possibly, but maybe it's a bit too early. So like force your opponent to
look at
spend
that.
tiles. Okay, nicely. So it was just a point of risk. I love that. And also, as we see, red playing extremely conservatively
Oh,
here. So,
but now red can do a double block.
yes, so what Ellie is talking about, red can place this tile on the left, making it impossible to complete the monastery. But, well, it will be almost a block because you will be adding 4 points to your opponents. You might, yeah, actually. So blue maybe doesn't mind.
Okay.
This move I'm not so sure about, because you know what can happen is that blue might get a divider and get the 8 points for the city and leave the red meeple blocked and
So
drop
actually,
a field meeple.
Red should try to add a road to. So if red has this straight road, but if blue has it, he should play or she should play next to the city so that the split tile doesn't work anymore.
Yes, that's completely a great point. So because there's still one splitter left, and that's well, you know, it's a coin flip. So blue can still get it. Red needs to make sure that it does not ever happen. But one thing that I'm thinking for blue, that will be quite hard, is that a monastery is going over here. There's 3 of those left, and either side will be interested in placing a monastery over here, just because it's so many points. Okay, there's 2 monasteries left. No, 1 monastery left. Anyway, but it doesn't matter, because it's going here anyway. And
Yes.
the question is, 1, 2, 3, 4. No, 2 monasteries left. Okay, now I'm getting some hallucinations. Although the monastery with the road could also go here, like to the right, where you have an 8-point spot. But of course, ideally over here. And now, the question blue got to ask himself is, how do you get a second meeple on the field? Obviously, one way to do that is to get the divider and then drop it right here on the left next to divider, whilst also completing your 8-point city. That's a bit of wishful thinking. So the advantage of red, I think, here is that blue, in order to tie the field, will need to spend a few moves on creating the connection. So for example, maybe if you get a regular city cap, and then you start a city, then you finish a city.
Now, if you're red, do you join the cities just to prevent the split tile?
Always. That's okay. Now blue deserves the split tile. Like I want blue because like if you're gonna be this greedy, then okay. You know what? Maybe I'm just
Oh, but
maybe I'm sometimes being a little bit too critical, because I guess it's just much more easier to comment than to play. But usually there's just one aspect of type of play where I'm getting critical, is that when players are in the lead, and instead of maintaining the lead, they just try to humiliate their opponent and just win every point possible. Yeah, maybe I just should be, like a regular commentator, just announcing what happens. And Reds gets a divider tile. No further emotion, no further comment.
So the thing, I think what Red was thinking is that if the cities were joined, there was a platform to invade again. It was a block city worth what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 points, something like that. So it's kind of a field.
Yeah.
The cities were joined. There was a platform to invade first they again. Took away it was a block city worth invasion spot before joining, but yeah, with the splitter still in the game, it was very risky. Oh, and that's a weird move by red now.
I think it's a field meeple. Although I'm a bit...
No.
Okay.
So risking a 6 to 8 point city, or are there Doritos with road? I see 3.
I see 4. There's one. So there's one tile that can fit over here and score 6 points for whichever person is the first to grab it. Field? You have to risk it. How about field, huh?
Yeah, I like it.
let's go. Oh, that's so interesting. It's a coin flip, but it's interesting to watch these kind of coin flips. Now maybe here and with a field?
Yeah, I like that.
Because you just need to start grabbing very aggressively.
Yeah, and it's 6 points, almost 8, almost almost 9, almost 12.
Yes, exactly. So if you put it on the right and grab the 6-point field. And also I think at this point, yeah, and here, it's a bit of a problem that you need the same tile everywhere, because like you need the monastery here, you need the monastery here, so this means that here only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, only two tiles are suitable, and maybe it would have been better to do it like with a less shielded tile at some point, I don't know.
Yeah, actually, this is what I was going to say. Now
Yeah.
red can take the field and complicate the city for blue.
Exactly.
And they do.
By the way, also, are we noticing how red has been having extra meeples all the time, and how this 7-point monastery is unmeepled? I just it's painful for me to watch. By the way, referring to an earlier question that has been asked, why some strong players forego monasteries in favor of fields, I've seen time and time again how maybe players up to 500 or 600 rated, they would take a monastery and they would not put it on a 7-point spot, but on their next move, they would take the same they would take something else, and they would place it on a 6-point field.
Oh yeah.
I've been
So
yeah.
this can make sense in some situations where, for example, I lost the games for not doing this. Where I get a monastery that's worth 7 points, so I take the 7 points instead of a 6-point field, but then my opponent takes the 6-point field, and I have an advantage of 1 point. And had I taken the 6-point field, they would have taken a 3-point road, and I would have a 3-8-point advantage instead of 1. So there are situations where a 6-point field might be better than a 7-point monastery, because no one can, because you have to take the field before the opponent does, instead of, and the monastery, well, it's, you take it or you don't take it, but the opponent won't take it.
Great point. So Elias is talking about defensive placement, is that sometimes toward the end of the game, you need to claim a feature that's worth fewer points, just so that your opponent cannot claim that feature anymore.
By the way, Socanero won in match 1. That's 2-0, so 1 big point for Spain.
Well, that's something already. Spain looking to advance. Now I guess Latvia is going to start preparing, because our last match is against Spain, I think. Oh, so I think the next question is to both of us from Sam. I'm curious about opinions on the age-old questions. Do you think it's theoretically possible to make a perfect Carcassonne bot, but without AI, because that's cheating? And I think you are a mathematician for a living, Elias, if I understand correctly. So then maybe can you answer this question first? And by the way, we see here that red won the coin flip and won the game, but it was still worth trying, I think, for blue. So I think it's going to be 1 big point to China.
So I don't think it's. I think Carcassonne is complicated enough that you cannot make a perfect AI. Not AI. I mean a perfect bot. because there's just too many factors. So I can make a bot that plays tic-tac-toe perfectly, where I can play tic-tac-toe perfectly myself, not even being a bot. And there are some games that you can make a robot but not play perfect yourself, like Hex, I think, is one of those. So I think, or Checkers is more popular one. So Checkers, I think it's solved, but I don't think any human can play perfect. A computer can play perfect, but Carcassonne, it's just too many factors. So first, because it's random, perfect would mean to play with the highest probability of winning, which doesn't ensure that it wins any time. But I think to calculate the probability of winning of a move, especially mid-game or at the beginning of the game, is just way too complicated. So it would be just as chess bots that they do have an evaluation, and people talk about the evaluation like it's objective because it's really good. But you can create artificial positions where the evaluation is totally wrong. And the same would happen with Carcassonne, I'm sure.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. And I intuitively I had a really similar opinion. Is that like because of the probability thing, it seems to me that sometimes possibly the calculation could be too complex. Because if you had to really calculate everything with the bot, then even after a few moves, like the number of possible combinations, if you don't have a meaningful way of filtering them, is greater than the number of atoms in the universe or something like this.
Yes.
So was that the second game already? So does this mean that... I think that was the second game in that
Yes.
Balala Ferry one. Well, at least that was entertaining because, David went for the risky stuff. Yes.
Secret Star and Alphamar are 1-1. They're going to the third game.
Oh, let's really have a look at them. Why not?
This is a big gap in ELO in favor of China.
So maybe do we have something more? Well, I mean, we have seen upsets, right? But if you have an
Yes.
alternative duel to suggest, then whilst I'm still typing Secret Star with the right type of slash, you can...
And
All right.
I think Siamat and Mim9 are in the second game. Siamat won the first one. Yep. So that's the situation.
And let us have a look at this because I think we have finally a chance to watch the game from the very start, from the very finish, and whilst the players are thinking, and Chinese players are known for taking their time, then.
Oh, interesting choice here from Alphamar because the field is growing significantly, so it was worth placing a meeple, but he placed the T in such a way that now there's a 3-point road for grabs.
Well,
but
green
anyway.
won the flip anyway. And of course, she's gonna now take the road as well.
And it's a little worse than a coin flip because the odds of you getting it is not just the probability that you get is not the probability that you get a curve, is the probability that you get a curve, but only after your opponent didn't get a curve.
Exactly.
So it's always better for the player. Coin flips are better for the player who goes first.
And actually, the thing is, it's much worse than the coin flip. Like, it's not like 55-45, it's something like 70-30. Basically, the more frequent, the more common the tile that is needed to complain an unclaimed feature, the greater advantage in probabilities it gives to the player who is about to move right now. Okay, Alpha Mar has an interesting choice. Well, I do like doing something maybe over here, like on the left. Actually, I like it very much. No. Well, yes, you could, but I would put it the other way so that there's no monastery spot. Because again, like you don't want to. It's a very nice field. You're having a bit of an advantage, and if you can close it off, then you don't want coin flips like these for a monastery. Because obviously now the side that gets this, the so-called evil hamster, will have the advantage. Also interesting, yeah. I think now we're also gonna expect a position where meeples will start becoming more important because there's a large field, and there will be more block opportunities because 5 crossroads have already been out. Yeah, so now a complete evil hamster. On the other hand, there will be nothing that... It will be extremely hard to connect to this field. Now, this move was a little bit unambitious. Of course, when you're green, instead of taking 2 points, you have to take 3 points. 3 points is better than 2. That can be decisive. Yeah. Now, grab this to complete your road. I think... Yeah, it's okay as well, but this is better.
They were both 4 points?
No, this one would be 5. This one would be 5, and
you're right.
And you would get to use an otherwise useless tile, and you wouldn't expand your field. Because the thing, this is one of those moments where you don't want to expand your field. I think it's actually a very advanced concept that is not clear to many players below 700 really. Is that when you own a field with +1 meeple, you don't want to grow it as large as possible. You only want it to grow larger than other features on the board that your opponent can claim. 12 points with +1 is fantastic.
One secret star gets the evil hamster.
Yeah, that was I was talking about, and now blue doesn't. Oof. I did it finally. Yeah, I had to say a different color. There's no blue anywhere. I don't know. I need to talk to a psychologist. Like, so now I have a mathematician. I know whom I'm calling next. I have to call Pablo Ribeiro from Brazil, who is a psychologist. Why this thing with colors is happening. But yeah, you see, just imagine if this thing was turned the other way. Still, I mean, controlling the field's pretty nice. That's also a very good move. Completely unblockable connection with tempo. Reds is making it difficult for green. Well, what's green gonna do? Just simply build up the city and almost complete it. Just one tile away, but no, of course... Mistake. This was a mistake. Impatient red. Of course, as red, because there's still 5 monasteries remaining that fit here, you want to complete this stuff with a monastery, so you gotta urgently prevent green from completing this city. So now I'm rooting for green, so that the red. It wasn't an impatient move. That can't be right.
So the thing to think about when you had red try to attack green city is that it would have placed a platform to invade the other city.
Oh, but this city is not valuable at all. Like because it's just so much.
Yeah,
because it's just so open. It's only has 3 points in it. And the point, the great stuff is that it would create a platform to block that city, which is super favorable for reds. And now this has happened.
I've seen that Secret Star is a little too afraid of taking roads, in my opinion. Oh, why don't you attack the city on top?
Actually, maybe he just recognized that he doesn't need it. And you see, now the road was too risky because there are 6 crossroads used, and so there's only 2 crossroads remaining. And so now it's going to be extremely hard for Alfonso to finish her road. Not
So the
impossible.
thing is, I think both players should mind that city on top, because if someone gets a cap and invades it, is a considerable mid-sized city.
That's true, but I think
So
yeah, I understand what you mean. Yeah, probably that was an option for sure. Okay, let me think about it for a second while I adjust my blanket. In the meantime, I have to say hello to Kaika. Wait, sounds familiar. Wait, did you play with the red meeples for Malaysia? I think that was Kaika 87, right?
yeah, one of the players who won. It was.
Oh yeah, fantastic move of like connecting the field through the monastery. We actually watched your game. That was thoroughly entertaining.
Oh, Alphamar blocked himself.
Ah, not counting. Not counting. Ay, 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 ay.
Yeah.
Too fast and not counting.
That's I think so. So intuition says I prefer to block for simple T because there are 4 instead of a 4-row tile. But the 4 T's were out and the 4-row tile, well, it was in red's hand, but
we didn't know that.
Yeah.
Well, I guess there is a way how green can still win this, is that if she snatches off the city, sort of punishing red for the opportunity of not taking it.
And wins the field? Well,
it's hard to win the field.
If you snatch the city, you can place a farmer there and connect into 2 tiles.
That's true.
That's a nice move by green, limiting the growth of red's city.
I like it. It already takes 2 triple city tiles. Well, kind of. Okay, it takes a little bit away. It makes sure that red will not be able to grow the city enough to end up with the quadruple tile there. And actually, I mean, that's just the best use for the road anyway. So what is red gonna do? Probably grab 2 points. I wouldn't expect red to do anything. Yeah, you know what? I've been advocating for monasteries a lot. Maybe that would be the exception, because like red is in the lead. Red wants to, I think, just avoid anything weird happening, because if green somehow ends up with a meeple advantage, then green can snatch off the field. So imagine if green got like something over here, and then green could have used this as a connection through the monastery, and then this would be blocked.
But now it's a 2-2-2 block, but in favor of red.
Yeah, and also red might even place a field meeple if they prefer, but that's just a bit of an overkill.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, I really think red got lucky there.
Maybe a little bit, yeah, that's true. But I think all of that could have been prevented by by just turning this tile. I know it's very subtle. Actually, I'm not like, I shouldn't really be expecting. It's like turning this tile the other way. It's actually a very hard move to find. So to be honest, I actually quite like how green started the game. I like this attempt over here. I think red again got like a little bit greedy in a couple moments, but now I just cannot see red not winning unless something happened. So here's what could happen. Green manages to block this remaining meeple. Then there's sort of a standoff until the end. And at the very last moment, green takes this field. Now, this is what I could imagine happening.
Yeah.
But then at the same time, it's actually not clear what to do with this tile.
If you're going, do you sacrifice 2 points on blocking, or I don't like that at all.
Yeah, because that's not that kind of blocking.
Yeah, either you block the city or you take 2 points, but this is neither.
Well, I see what's happening. So we just kind of green didn't want to add the 2 points to red, so green chose to create a blocking platform. So that green would be able to block this from both sides. I probably prefer the 2 points just because, well, there's only so many points to grab. Now take the city. Just play this over here without taking the city, because you want to limit this guy.
I would do that without taking the city.
There's still one city cap with the crossroads remaining, so it will be taking that tile away. And then at some point you can snatch off this city. With 2 triangles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, yeah, there's still 3 triangles remaining. So you can... Like, you gotta start risking a little bit.
Yeah.
Already, as I think... because we're already watching a different match, our viewership is a little bit changing, so I gotta remind 2 things. Yes, we're watching Spain versus China, and before that we were watching Malaysia versus Taiwan. Taiwan won 3-2. Also gotta remind you that I'm giving away this Carcassonne 20-year anniversary edition to the person that's best at predicting the outcome of the overall championship. So from now on until June 19, feel free to comment either on the stream or on any of my videos with the name of the team that you think is going to win 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place. By the way, Elias, what do you do here?
Yes.
Do you block this city, or do you try and gain some points?
Yeah, I think...
Because this was a complete block. On the other hand, these are valuable points.
Yeah. You have to think how can you win. So I think it was okay to take the city.
Yeah, just a bit unfortunate for green.
How do they say, go big or go broke, or something like that?
Mm-hmm. But then the question is, could you have blocked first and then taken the city later? I think whatever the decision is, it's probably requires like a lot of calculation, but here we go.
Yeah.
So actually here,
now there's a juicy road for red.
Actually, I'm not sure if red should take
or the field.
It's the same field.
No, but the other one, the 6-point field.
I mean,
No,
you're not gonna waste a meeple on a 6-point field when you have a 5-point road for free. But the problem what this move does, it creates an opportunity for green on the last move to take this field away.
Yep.
2 opportunities, in fact. I think green should still be patient, scoring stuff. I like that. Creating 1 more connection point, although taking off this connection point.
Yeah, red should now close the field somehow. I don't know if there are still curves remaining and if there are caps. So you should count curves and caps.
No
and
curves.
You can just close the field, right?
I think so. But at least it's nice to know that green actually... There were still some outside chances. It's great that green didn't give up. Fantastic find over here with this city like this. Got a little bit unfortunate. I think if green managed to block this somehow, then this would have turned things around. Because, of course, this move over here was worth a lot of points. Oh.
But with a meeple. I would have done it without the meeple.
Yeah, looks like a miscount to me. Or maybe
By the way, there's still an entrance to the field on the right of that tile. I don't know if there are caps with T or caps with road, but there's a
there's a cap
connection
with the
spot.
road. There's a cap with the road.
So there's a connection spot. If green gets the cap with road the starting tile, they can place a farmer instead of taking the 4 points.
Well, they cannot do
Oh,
that
but
because
they
they
could
would be
connect
bringing in
the
red
yeah
into the field.
yeah. So
So
maybe you can
actually,
create another platform on top.
yes, absolutely. So maybe you kind of place it over here, and
Yeah.
then you create a platform to both block this connection and then get something of your own. Because there's still one monastery in the game. And maybe there's somehow a way to connect through the monastery, because like this just screams that there should be something here. Come on, green, think. No,
No.
not needed.
I think green is not counting much. Okay, they wouldn't have made it to the field, maybe, but
That doesn't. Okay, maybe somehow here. I don't know. Just something.
but we've seen green make 2 mistakes due to miscounting. There were no curves, so this move made no sense, and they also blocked themselves on the road.
Yeah, and the thing is also green hasn't blocked this thing just yet. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And just to add insult to injury, red even connects over here. Was that the decider game?
Yes, and Siamat won, and Locuelo won. So I think Spain won 3-2. Oh no, Locuelo is in the third game. It's 2-2, and Locuelo is the definitive one.
Oh, fantastic! And you said you wanted to watch Locuelo, so that is perfect. And we have another 3-2 score. So many 3-2 scores over here, which is great for streamers. And yes, Sam, Colombia, Brazil is also today, and we're watching it. So, well, it was an interesting game, actually. And I think that was an interesting situation. You see, I said that you don't want to keep to make the field too big, and as a result, green, who had the stronghold on this fantastic 12-point field at the start, expanded it with this quadruple road over here with this ring road, and then the field became so big that red ended up taking it over completely.
Yes.
So that's the thing. You don't want you don't want to make your fields too vulnerable, guys. But again, it's something that's very hard to spot. At least one thing that I really like for green is that beautiful city with 2 triangles on top. That was a chance for her to get back into the game. Alright, but at least that was a fight.
So Mitaucat is not joining the game. Oh, I have a note on Mitaucat saying too slow.
Yes, I completely agree. I think maybe that's such like a psychological thing. They do take their time.
Yeah. So Locuelo has been waiting for 4 minutes now.
Okay, I as far as I know, so this was the game was same with my match. In the case with my match against Mitaucat, I think they're having some internet connection issues quite frequently, but that's fine for us because we get to answer some questions because there's a lot of those.
Sure.
In the chat. Actually, let's because I had questions for you as well, right? Several of them. First of all, is as you mentioned your involvement in the organizing team. So, what's sort of the main part of the organization process that you were focusing on?
I think I've worked most of all in the rules. So trying to write the rules and trying to make the rules in such a way that is the less work possible for the DAS. So, and we still have work for the DAS because it's not perfect. But yeah, we are trying to make stuff as subjective as possible. So, for example, this new time control, I think, is a good improvement over the previous year, because the other time control, I didn't like last year that we had this good faith thing that if a player had connection issues, we asked to be understanding of the situation, but that results in some subjective stuff. Like if a player is having connection issues and they lose 5 minutes, then how much time do you think is fair to say, well, how much is 3 minutes with good connection compared to how many minutes with bad connection? So I think it's way better to just go with what the computer says, and we give more time so that and this extra time is considering connection issues, those little jumps that the clock makes when you end your turn, and etc., etc. So that way it's really easy for the DAS to determine if a player ran out of time or not. They just look, if BGA says they run out of time, they run out of time.
Yeah, that all makes sense to me. And to be honest, I most welcome, I think, most of the changes that were changed in the rules. However, not everybody felt that way, and that's understandable. So now, if you have any questions about the rules, about the rule changes, please feel free. You have somebody to blame on stream. So, but that's okay, Elias. I will help you defend yourself. So. Yeah, I definitely like the time thing because now it's just a little bit more clear cut. Well, if you have your internet breaks down or something happens, well, it's just an element of luck. There's luck of Carcassonne anyway, so we might as well just extend it to time. And then there are many other arguments that make it more preferable to make it more strict. However, I think the main trend is that everything's getting a little bit more stricter. For example, if you don't schedule your match on time by Wednesday, then
there's a pre-assigned time.
Yeah, there's a pre-assigned time. If you don't show up to a match within 5 minutes, you lose the duel. Like, there's this kind of strictness, which players in my team actually welcome, because that is perceived. Then everything starts to be perceived as more serious. On some other teams, I think it was France Malaysia or one of those matches where kind of players seem to exhibit negative emotion based on the fact that somebody forgot to join the game. Even though they were still there, I think they didn't register for the tournament, or they didn't do simple technical movement. So how do you feel about the growing sort of strictness of rules in that aspect?
Again, I think so it's really painful to lose because you were not registered or because stuff like that. But the thing is, we want to do it, I think, the fairest by making it the same rule for everyone. So that the thing is, if I let the player who didn't register play, but he was confused, he didn't understand something, then we get grayer and grayer areas where you just don't know if they are caring about the rules. So that's why it's important that we said what the new rules were since the draw, and we say that captains have to make sure that their players know the rules. And I'm also a captain, so I insist so much. My players probably hate me because of I tell them a lot of times, remember you have to register before the tournament.
I do that too. Yeah.
Remember that you have to place to hit rematch. Remember to accept the rematch if the other player proposes, when the other player proposes the rematch, and so on and so on. So yeah, it's painful, but I think it's really good when the rules are as objective as possible, so that the DAS, so that it's fairer. Yeah, it's more fair, because when you like have exceptions, then it may be sometimes unfair, because uh, you don't know if some exception is fairer than another one that was not an exception. In the past, there have been very hard choices for the DAS, and we want to make it as easy for the DAS as possible.
Yeah, that also makes sense because 'cause I think not everybody is aware that it's not just about the fairness of the rules; it's also about the enforceability of the rules and the clarity of the rules. And sometimes that has to, supersede any concern that we might have. That sometimes they're going to be decisions that seem unpleasant, but at least we have in our clear algorithm how to follow, maybe not rely a little bit too much on the gray areas. Thank you for commenting on that, because I think many participants might have had at least implicit questions about that. Now let's get back to the game a little bit. It was indeed a very interesting game. So Xian was asking what I think about Black's first move, placing on the road over here rather than a city. I actually quite like it because, it's this road already has 5 points. I think it will be useful. And then with this move over here with a triangle, like classic, that's what Chinese players do a lot, is they look for opportunities for blocking. So this creates a bit of a sensitive spot over here. It's kind of quite hard to complete these two cities because 3 of the triangles have already been out, and it's not quite clear what to do. And as you see, Black would have gotten this, but actually the thing is, I don't like moves like this. You're adding points to your opponent features, and now you just this is the thing that can work sometimes, and especially if you're playing against a very strong player, that could work. But there's no way how you can be like number 1 or in the top consistently, because 75, well, first of all, there's still a 75% chance that green gets that green, of course. Another color, just never mind me. You know what I'm doing. Black. Or, well, black technically is a very dark green.
Oh.
Yeah, well, that's, again, it's risky in the sense that there's if Black gets something like a triple city, no, not a triple city, let's say a city cap with a crossroads and places over here, then Black gets 4 points and a nice saving over here. But of course,
now, do you do the indirect saving now?
Here you have to. So
the thing is, there are still more tiles that block than tiles that defend, but there are significantly less tiles that block.
Yes. And also, you'll be able to now block the blocking spot a little bit later.
Sure, and if you put...
And also, the thing is, like, if you put the triangle over here, which is what I absolutely would advocate doing, then nah, exactly because of that, you don't want to allow block with value. Okay, now reds.
Yeah, and now it's a clear advantage for red.
Yeah, red's winning the game. Yeah, I mean, of course, there was nothing guaranteed, but at least you take these value moves, right? So really, what you want to do is like normally you want to just punish red for overblocking because this stuff doesn't work that well in the long run. You know, like adding city caps to your opponent,
Oh,
then
and
giving
I
your
would have
opponent.
taken the 4 quick points
Yeah,
rather than closing
of
my
course.
city.
I mean, but you know, red thinks that 5 meeples is not enough for 45 tiles. Yeah, and now of course red will try to threaten this block over here. And another reason why I like to place the triangle over here is to add indirectly a point which city to the city which is technically yours. And let's say if red were to still block these guys, then it would be still possible to complete this big city and get compensation for these 2 meeples. Because ideally what should happen in situations like this, I mean, red is also getting a bit of better draws, but if you have an opponent who blocks you a lot, they will attain it. Like, there's normally no way to stop it. But what you should do against playing such opponents is to make sure that you get enough compensation for the block. So, you know, they waste city caps, you pick off the city caps. And so again, I think this move probably black is getting a little bit desperate over here because obviously 7 point spot for monastery, massively behind. You need to grab points. This city is not going to get completed. At best, it's going to be a nice ruin. And actually, by this point, black is also creating a connection spot to the city, which red will use soon enough.
So the funny thing is that red has not been punished for any of their mistakes. All the quick points that they have left, they have been able to claim later.
Well, now. Okay, so maybe that's the outside chance. Maybe somehow black just finishes this huge city. Because I just see that the only thing is their potential win condition. And by the way, also, it's important to realize that technically, really, black has only one bad blocked meeple. So this one, the 3 points, that's unfortunate. But this stuff over here, that's 7 points, that's perfectly fine. Because you can still add roads to here. You can add a road, a blocking platform. This move, black. Oh, you see, so black created the connection spot.
Dreaming of a split tile.
Well, I guess you have to. Yeah, but monasteries. It's very hard indeed. Oh, perfect. Now I just got all the names of the Colombian players, and that's the match that we're gonna watch later.
There's a 9-point field brewing on the bottom, and it's probably gonna be reds.
Yeah.
Or red can attack the city now if they are over. Okay, they didn't. You could have attacked the city and ensure that they don't get the split tile.
Yeah, maybe. But here's the thing. I think in red's approach, and actually I've been... Well, I mean, I also lost to red, right? I lost to Mid-Alked. Because the thing in their approach is like, it's very probabilistic in the sense that early on in the game, they might do a thing that like works very well, maybe 60% all the time. It's just when I play with somebody, I'm not gonna accept the 60% win probability this early on. It's like I'm gonna usually want to go for something more. So this, yeah, like this move basically made it much harder for black to complete the city. But these empty city caps, like, normally black would be getting enough compensation for them. So normally in situations like this, black would be the one with the 36 points and red would be with the 7.
Yeah, the thing is that red got all those quick points later. It was very lucky in that sense.
Yeah, that's true.
What do you think about the reinvasion from black?
I guess maybe you have to, but maybe a better way was to turn this guy like the other way,
hoping for the split tile.
hoping for the split tile, because at this point you have to risk so hard. Like, this ruin is nice to have, but it will not be enough to overcome a 33-point difference.
No, okay. Now you can dream of the split tile again.
Exactly. So how about you just... Okay, yeah, that's fine. And that's great that red is sort of giving hope to black. If I were red, I would just simply block this spot. Just make sure that black has this thing. 15 points, doesn't matter. Just because, like, red is cruising here.
Yeah.
Probably going to add 3 more points to his field by extending the field 1 step to the left.
Yeah, when counting points, I would already count that as a 12-point field.
Yeah, yeah.
Because black doesn't have the meeples to fight for it.
In the meantime, Carlos, if you're still here, how's Tiamat doing?
I think Tiamat won 2-0. I think.
Was it 2-0? Because it says at least I was said it's 1-1.
Oh.
What am I checking that?
Let me check. Sometimes it happens to me that if there's a draw, I don't realize. I just look at who is listed first.
It seems to me that there might have been a draw.
Let me check. Yes, there was a draw in the first game, so I saw Tiamat on top, and I assumed Tiamat had won. But I guess Meme 9 won the first game. So it's 2-1 in favor of China. And now Locuelo has an interesting choice. Do you join the cities still dreaming of a split tile?
Yes.
I think you should, since you are so far below. Or will they just take 3 points?
I hope that they do join this stuff, because like the ruin is not enough. Take it, and then either hope for a split tile, or at some point re-attack. So okay, probably maybe black is getting nervous over here because they chose 2 points over 3 points. Yet another monastery for.
Oh, and another chance.
Another chance with less shields, with the 2 points difference, but still, it's now or never. Okay, another 2 points instead of 3. Sure. You know what Red's gonna do? Red's not gonna take 3 points. Red's not gonna add 2 points. Red's gonna block. Red's gonna block on the right. I guarantee you.
Oh.
I guarantee you Red's gonna block this. Actually, this is not a bad move, but no, I was wrong. Okay. Well,
yeah, but blocking would have been good because they are dreaming of. I mean, you want to secure the game. It's what Vladimir says in Van's book. A good player makes the most points. A great player makes the move that wins the game. And Locuelo would have gotten the split tile.
Okay. Well, do it. Do it.
There's still one. There's still one triple city with road, I think.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are there even city caps left? Because just so many of them have been used. Yes, I see at least one. The one with the crossroady thing. I mean, Reds is gonna take 7 points, but it's gonna take 7 minutes before doing so. The thing, what appears to me is that what might happen in this game is that black will complete the city, but it won't be enough.
Oh no, no, black won't complete the city.
Red will complete the city. Yeah.
Oh, and now black makes 1 point instead of adding what 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points to his road.
Well, but black is also creating a connection spot to the field on the left through a curve, which red just got.
Okay, maybe now play a field. Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, it's not going to change, but still, I like the spirit of you kind of don't give up. You still try to make the best moves.
Yes.
Unfortunately, the best move not going to cut it. Okay, so the field is shared, which was very unlikely to begin with, but that's good. If only.
And there are not many platforms for re-entry.
But that actually rather favors red because black would probably want a second meeple there somehow.
Yeah.
Black also needs another curve to get these the dangling 4-point city 4-point road on the right, just to add to his road, which by the way really shows that this meeple is not really blocked. It was only this guy that was the problem. So it might look like blocking is just great and works out. Yes, sometimes it does. Sometimes when you game from the start, but it was actually extremely unlikely that red would pick off all these city caps, but that's really how red won the game, with loads of city caps. On the other hand, I think this is one of those instances where when players make moves which are a little bit less typical, it's actually harder to play against them because it's not immediately obvious how to respond to this.
Yes.
Alrighty, here come the points.
Okay.
Unfortunately, no monasteries with a road remaining, and we know if there is a monastery with a road remaining, then everything can happen in terms of field connections. I see a connection here for outside of the curve, maybe. Or will black actually try and block the connection over here? There's not really enough.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you're black, you don't really want to. Okay. Like if I'm black and I get the triple city with road, I would not join the cities.
Obviously, but then what if you don't get it?
Yeah.
And that's what's going to happen. So check what can happen.
If whoever gets the triple city, they can put a field meeple there, and it's 6 points, and with a chance of stealing the big field.
Exactly, yeah. Well, I mean, black's obviously not going to do it because they just have the advantage over here.
But you might as well, because you will get meeples back, so there's no value in taking the 3-point road.
No, but I mean,
And
black
the
wouldn't
6-point
put this
field.
over here now in this situation because then, well, the city will be shared.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I mean, before, yes, for sure. There's not much meeple over here, but I think one thing, if there are curves remaining, and there may be no curves remaining, if black were to get this triple city tile, if black places it below on the left over here and connects through a curve outside, so that could minimize the point difference somewhat. And what a lovely road! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 points.
And it was the first meeple played by black.
Exactly, yeah. So it was fine. But I really need to think after this game. So how to play against aggressive blocks properly, because it's not very often that I encounter this approach, and here it has been shown to be quite productive. Yeah, just black seems not to be able to get the tiles needed for any kind of connection.
Yeah.
Probably will add just 1 point to his road. Yeah. In the meantime, if you have any further questions to our guest,
Oh,
Elias Mochan, captain of Mexico.
Siamat and Meme9 finished the game, and the Chinese player won.
So at least this wasn't the decider. So it looks like it's 3-1 for China, and now it's going to be 4-1. And probably Spain will end the reign of Group B. Obviously, we'll still have the chance, because like Spain has been doing great in this tournament. But will no longer be in the first place. I think everybody... So there's nobody who won all 3 games. In Group B.
Oh yeah. No.
Or anywhere for that matter.
RCP 0-2, I think.
Yep.
Latvia is 1-2.
Courtesy of your truly. Latvia is 1-4-3.
Yeah.
Because we lost to Brazil and we lost to China.
Brazil is 1 out of 2. Who else? Colombia hasn't won yet, right?
I think Colombia lost to Spain 2-3, and they might have missed last week, like because we have an odd number of teams in our group. Every week, one of the teams needs to miss the match. Oh, so UK is sitting this one out. Okay. By the way, interesting question from Sam here. Is the website Board Game Arena aware that the World Championship is taking place there? Do they do anything to support this, or are they just used for convenience? I think LSU is one of the organizers who might be able to shed more light on these situations than I.
And I'm sorry, I don't know well. I know at least in one of the previous editions they were. Well, I'm
this is
sure.
So unfair. Yeah, sorry, I have to interrupt you because like Red is getting the tile, sharing the city. Oh, that's I don't know what happened there, but yeah, Red could have shared the city and get like a 6-point field as well. Yeah, but that's well. Anyway, yeah. Carry on. It's going to be like plus 50 for plus 50 for Red or something.
Yeah. I know that they've been aware, so I think they know that it's happening. They are not doing much promotion of it of any kind. I think in maybe the first edition or the first edition of the European Championship, I don't remember. I think one of at least one time Meeple Wizard streamed with in the BGA channel in Twitch. So yeah, I think they do know, but they are not organizers, so they do not help us with formats or anything. In fact, I know that people have been trying to convince Board Game Arena developers to make it so that you can open tables with fixed time per player per game, and unsuccessfully.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, there might be just too much stuff going on, but I think they are aware. They announced it once. I don't remember if it was for a WTCOC or for a European Championship. Yeah, so, sorry, I cannot give you a more complete answer.
Well, anyway, thanks. So obviously I can't give you an even more well, my answer would be even less complete. Is just from my impression, the involvement of Board Game Arena like directly in this tournament was minimal. Well, anyway, we gotta congratulate China for a strong performance with 4-1 victory. And moving on to the next match, Colombia, Brazil. If you look at the lineups, so you see that Brazil did not line up Melvin Quaresma or Humberto Fukuda, their two highest rated player, or Vini Lessa, their third highest rated player, but they did line up two masters. So Eric Mateus, Teus Gladiador on the first, and Doug Troy on the fifth table. Whom do you think will be most interesting to watch?
I'm really interested in Carcassonne against Doug Troy.
Alrighty. Let me just double check. So, any particular reason why this duel?
I think Carcassonne is one of the strongest Colombian players, and Doug Troy is definitely one of the strongest Brazilian players. I think I have a harder time defeating Doug Troy than Melvin Quaresma, actually.
Really?
Yeah, myself at least. So...
maybe it's because you've played so many games with Melvin, you actually started to get used to him. Well, you are correct in the sense that it looks like Carcassonne Esteban is doing pretty well.
That's a new one.
Yeah, we don't need to go into detail over here.
No, we're not confusing colors. We're confusing colors with other words.
Colors and emotions, yes. I mean, if you say in English, you can say I'm feeling blue. Why can't you say I'm feeling red?
Yeah, I'm doing really red.
Well, that's interesting. Actually, that's very interesting. So there's this nice field, and black might connect. Oh, black is winning some sort of coin flip, I guess.
Yeah, Doug Troy was Brazilian champion in 2018, so I saw him in Essen that one time.
Mm-hmm.
And he got 9th place that time, I think. So he didn't advance to the top 8, but he was very close. And last year, I think he was not on the team, but he was like coaching.
Interesting. So we see that black here managed to connect to the field, winning a coin flip at the end, but I think it's not going to be enough because red is owning the other field on the left and the massive advantage on the scoreboard. So I think it's perfect timing for us because we'll be able to watch their next game. But I think you said that Carcassonne is one of the strongest Colombian players. I think the strongest by rating and is not only by rating, but I think in my experience as well is the player with the screen name Dremcad.
Yeah, I think Dreamcast, Carcassonne, and Pechitos, who used to be Sex Lexic, they all have been above 600 at one point.
Uh-huh.
Carcassonne now is 491, but I think that's really underrated for his level. Also, Doctor is underrated right now.
Yeah, that's true. I remember he definitely was above 700 at some point.
Yeah.
And I think really 700 is an important threshold, sort of once you reach it.
Yeah. I was 700 for like 2 weeks.
So William is asking, Alexey, what do you think is going to happen next week with UK versus Latvia? Well, I think what's going to happen is that we agreed on a time. The match is on Wednesday evening. That's 19:30 London time, 21:30 Latvian time. and I think we're gonna play it, and I'm pretty sure both the UK team and the Latvian team are gonna try very hard, and I'm gonna leave it at that. But yeah, but I'm gonna add that maybe we need this point a little bit more than the UK do, because they already have 2 victories, we have just 1. And then if we win this, then we're both gonna have 2 victories, and I think it's gonna make things fair. But I think it's just gonna be a close, tight match, really.
This is such a good match. Like all the games are interesting for me.
Well, I mean, maybe we'll have a look at everything. Alrighty, the classic early Brazilian field meeple. Let's go. I mean, I would do that too, but like not everybody does that actually.
Yeah.
So, well, the Colombian player here with the massive advantage, although at least Black managed to save the 5-point road. So what are we having here? 18 plus 12 on the scoreboard for Red and 2 more meeples. Excellent move from Red, taking the 9-point field.
Yes.
And also making it harder for Black to connect, but Black immediately draws one of the 2 remaining tiles to connect, and also Black has hopes of developing his city into a big one, the one that's next to the Red's monastery. For example, if Black gets one of the triple cities or one of the extenders, this city would be already worth 8 points and would not even need to be completed to be valuable. Now in this standoff, probably Red is going to finish.
Do you
and
throw
drop
a
absolutely
farmer? Yes.
Always,
Yes.
always. First of all, you can connect this farmer over here, and second, it's already a 6-point field once Black completes the city over here. There are some negative scenarios. So if Black gets the only remaining triple city with a road, Black can put it over here. Oh yes, and take this field. I like it. Of course,
Good move.
Red is going to block. Okay, this is also okay. This is a bit risky. I wouldn't be this impatient, because what Black's gonna do now? Just ignore this. Just build your own city. Don't connect. You don't have the meeples to do it. Actually,
Yes.
maybe you can. But now, oof, we see this tension. Alright, so Black is ahead on the field battle. This move is still correct. It's still possible to connect Red, but Black has some chances.
I think he should take the city in his field, Red. Yeah.
Absolutely. And now threatening to finish the city and drop another field meeple. Yes, do it. Do it. Yes.
Oh.
I would do it. And I think wrong city. I think you had to finish the other one because it's just worth more points. But now it looks extremely hard for Black. Unfortunately, Black missing out on some value over here, but this city will still be valuable. It will be worth at least 6 points, possibly 9, and there will still be a chance for Red to connect to the main field if Black manages to complete his city. Red will be able to connect from the bottom. To be honest, now it's very, very hard for Black to play. This was a bit risky. I think still it's worth doing it because I think the wrong one. No, you had to complete this one. This one. Yeah. Okay,
I think he's thinking about the extra point for the monastery, possibly.
Possible, but then you also make it a little bit easier to mess with this city, and then a little bit harder to mess with this city, because you're kind of protecting Red city a little bit indirectly. So that's my problem with this move. And also you kind of need this tile here, and this is the perfect tile because you don't want to finish the city with a city cap, because then the red meeple comes out. Exactly. So you see, and now the red meeple will come out through here onto the main field, whereas with this move it wasn't. It was a little bit less.
And now Red makes 3 points and also is ready to connect.
Exactly, it's always dangerous, the connection with extra value. While at least Black managed to attack Red City, and maybe if this stays blocked, Black has some chances, but in order to win this game, Black needs immediately some meeples back. Interesting move over here.
You're sacrificing 2 points just to avoid Red from getting the meeple fast.
Yeah. Although the downside of this move is that Black can just get it.
Yeah.
Anyway. That is fully possible. Now, I guess I would expect to see some sort of attack from Reds above, make it harder for Black to continue this city. But on the other hand, it could prolong his city. I think this is one of those cases, given all my big advantage, given that all the three, in Brazilian terminology speaking, giraffes necks, and just regular terminology speaking, tube extenders, these guys are out. You might actually use this to block. Yes, and Black just in time manages to get the kind of tile to free up his city, which is what he should do, absolutely, of course. Take your time. But just in the classic Brazilian spirit, he spends only literally 2 minutes on half the game. Clearly somebody has been coached by Melvin Quaresma.
The thing is, I think Doug is one of the Brazilian players who thinks more, but he's been playing really fast today.
Yes, and something unusual, extremely unusual from Black. Black does not get his vulnerable city meeple back with this city cap. Instead, he tries to block this connection, but there's little value in that. This field is already worth 9 points, so Black will need to throw in another people anyway. And now you gave him an extra value. 4 more points. Yeah. So unfortunately, well, actually, maybe if you're red, you can finish this, but it's not good. You gotta go over here. You gotta take these 4 points and then and win the field as well.
Yeah.
Or you can fight for the city. Many options. As usual, it's my favorite tile, the city road, and there's always multiple options. You can always take 4 points for a city, 2 points for a city. You can make a field connection. You can make city connection. You can make anything. But I think this tile is so valuable to use it on something like this. So instead of Black using this tile to score for his own city, he just gave easier points for Reds. Really, partial blocks are just not that good, typically, from a probability standpoint. They're usually not so much blocks, they're delays. Alrighty, so Black found a field connection, but is that going to be blocked? Yes, and that's now immediately fully blocked. So this didn't quite work out for Black. And in this mini battle, Black has 3 points because this 3-point field will never get expanded, and Red in this mini battle has 7 points. So you can just add +4 more for Red on the scoreboard. It looks like the Colombian player is gonna take it down because with the lead on the scoreboard just chipping away, I can't see a way for Black to win, unless Black manages both complete this city and get onto the field. What do you think, Elias? What would you do if you were Black? By the way, do meeple.
Let me check. I was taking a look for the other games as well. What was the question, sorry?
Oh, basically, just in Black's severe situation, like what would be your potential scenario, how you would be trying to win this game for Black?
Yeah, this one is pretty hard. You have to win the field, I guess, or close your big city.
Or both, maybe.
Or both. Ideally both, of course.
Okay, so Black tied the field. That's step 1. That's a meeple well invested. Red has a variety of options. Red can attack the city. Red can block the field connection. Red can save a city and pre-build a 5-point road. Red can just simply claim a new 6-point road. So lots of things to think about. So he goes to prevent a field connection, but now it will be a little bit easier for black to complete. And even if black does not complete a city, it's already worth 13 points, so that's quite substantial. Something might happen there. Now, well, actually, I know what will happen. Probably red will block black's city. I think red is simply calculating if that's necessary, but the thing is, if red places this city cap that red just got over here to the right, then this city will no longer be possible to complete. However, it's not clear if this city is at all possible to complete in anyway. So now a chance for 4 quick points with the monastery over here in that nice hole. Just was designed for monastery like this. You take 4 points for the road and you live to see another day, in the hopes of 2 triangles. Because check this out, 1, 2, 3, 4. There's still a triangle remaining, and I think 1, 2, and there's still yes. You can. No, never mind. It's not possible. I just keep looking for some ways how black could complete his city, because otherwise I cannot see him winning. Now, in the meantime, I have a lot of questions. First of all, one to Elias. Do you watch all the tournament games?
No. In previous tournaments, I have watched a lot, almost all the games. The situation is that in previous years, I was finishing my PhD and I was mostly only doing paperwork and stuff. I'm busier now, so I prefer to rest a little sometimes. So I watch a lot, but not all the games.
Mm-hmm. And the second question is from Kaika. Is an early farmer worth it?
It depends on the game.
My answer is the same. It depends. Typically, so what you have to look at the number of completed cities and at the potential. So there might be only one city in the farm, but if you see that there are a lot of green squares, that there are not many alternative farms, and that you know that there will be cities built there, and it will grow, then you might as well save a tempo and drop a field meeple, and many players actually do that. The risk is, if you don't recognize it properly, and if you just randomly drop a farmer, the farm could get closed. So it needs to have potential, it needs to be open, it needs to have green squares. But I think a good one is, if your opponent has uncompleted cities, not you, but your opponent specifically, then that's a good moment to drop a field meeple so that you get compensation for their cities. And now we see red taking this juicy road.
Yep.
Ooh.
Oh, nice.
At least that's something. That's how you can attempt to win this game. Well, not if you get this tile though, but probably you have to somehow. There's a connection, the nasty connection at the top. This won't be enough, but it's a good thing to do. Now we have one splitter left. Well, yes, the splitter was there. It was just used, but the splitter doesn't really help, because you see what makes it impossible for black to complete this city is this piece of road, and there's just not too many things left with that piece of road. Well, it was worth trying. It was worth trying. Just flipping for this curve, and also this was a good block as well. By the way,
they are all going pretty quick, but said that Risa beat Teus in the first game.
Oh, that's a bit of an upset, actually. So Teus is First of all, the most recent Brazilian master, so the most recent Brazilian player to have reached a rating of 700. He's below 700 now, but he used to be above 700 a few months ago. And he was also the junior champion in the Mind Sports Olympiad, so for everybody who was under 18. So in 2001, I think he's over 18 at the moment, but definitely one of the youngest players at the championship, but not the youngest, because in Team Japan there's somebody who's aged 14, I think.
Dremka and Trompowski just finished the first game, and Trompowski won by 6 points.
And by the way, so we are having a first big point for Colombia, right? And I think really Esteban here outplaying his opponent. Also, the same stuff works true. Whoever spends more time wins. So remember it next time. Right, congratulations to Esteban, the team captain. Now,
Pechitos and Gustavo Arruda. Pechitos won by 1 point the first game.
Okay, so whom do you prefer, Seratriza or Pechitos?
I would go to look at Pechito's game.
Jose Ferrario. Huh? I'm doing something wrong. Maybe that's the wrong player.
Oh, it's Pechitos with a Z.
Yeah, this still the same screen pick. Oh, nearly identical elos for the opponents. Yeah. So Jose Ferrario versus Gustavo Arruda of Brazil. I played with Gustavo in my first match. I won that duel 2-0, but I kind of got lucky in both encounters. One time with a massive field city, the second time with a massive field. Okay, this appears to be a nice complex position with lots of tension here in the middle, although the T-shaped crossroads is coming at some point. There's still 4 of those remaining. Roughly equal on the scoreboard, however, red has the meeple advantage, and it looks like it's gonna matter because this blue meeple on the right in a precarious position with just 3 points, there's only 1 tile remaining that can complete the city, in which case, of course, this will be super advantageous. But the bad news for blue, other than the fact that there's only 50% of him ever drawing this tile, is that the coin flip is more severe. Because if blue does not draw this tile, not only does he lose this meeple, but red also scores 6 points for this piece of city. So the price of this city cap with a turn, and there's only 1 of those remaining, is very dear. So actually, I believe that the whole game might come down just to that tile.
Yeah, maybe Gustavo should try to block that city, actually, since he doesn't want it.
That would be a good idea. But then on the other hand, if you're Gustavo, do you think you're gonna win without that tile anyway? Maybe you will. Maybe
I don't know, because if he gets the cross draw soon enough, he can get 3 meeples back and he can do lots of stuff with that. For example, are there still triple cities with road? Yes. So there could be a giant ruin in the bottom left. So that can also be an important factor in the end of the game.
Yes, and then that's where meeple count matters, because large features favor the side with more meeples, and red could consider dropping a second meeple somewhere and into that city. Which is why it seems to me that blue wants to get rid of it in the first place. Yeah.
Red can attack now, yeah. Oh, no meeple.
But
Okay.
maybe you don't have to
Okay.
because there's still a splitter tile, and you can just.
Okay.
So I think actually,
Yeah,
Red
this
might
is
have a devious
interesting.
plan of getting a splitter tile and just completing this city.
But
It's still
uh,
possible.
are there still caps with right turn?
Three of them, all
Oh,
three
there
of
it
them.
is. There it is.
Do
Let's
it.
see.
Why not?
This one is interesting.
I think that's pretty cool. I mean, it's just fun. Obviously, maybe that's that. Actually, probably it's maybe not correct the move. From if you think about win conditions, but then the risk is that your opponent gets a splitter, then your opponents can can place a meeple, and then place the tile over here, and then eat up the city altogether. So, well, actually, no. Blue doesn't even have the meeples to do that. So, but yeah, it's close. It's close.
But isn't risky for Blue to finish his city? Oh, he did it. And now Blue is getting meeples back.
Yes. Well, blue is going to miss out on these sweet 2 points of value, but blue will happily say hello to 3 new meeples, and a 5 versus 3 meeple advantage is really not that a lot. Oh, well, this meeple is not coming back just yet, but it's a matter of time.
Mm-hmm.
Pechito's now ensuring his field. I like that. That's a crafty move right there. So Gustavo doesn't have too much to do with this tile. I guess maybe you might consider starting to block this empty city over
Yeah.
here. If you
You can
think,
also fight for the field, but I don't know if it's a good idea.
but where can you find? Oh, on the right. Yes.
Yeah.
I would have done that actually. I would have fought for the field. It's 9 points. 9 points is a lot, and I'm still gonna get my meeples back soon enough. And because the thing that I really hate doing is doing a move that does nothing.
I think he's thinking about blocking Vegito City. He doesn't follow the straight line rule.
Yes, and you know why? In this case, this rule doesn't work. First of all, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 straight lines are already out. And second of all, you do not want to create a ring road for your opponent. Because if he manages to defend with this tile, for example, then this would create an opportunity for a ring road.
Yeah.
Right, probably we need to explain something for our viewers.
Sometimes I do this, like following the straight line rule, but with a meeple. So if the other player defends, it gives me some points. So
Oh, yes.
I get the extra value.
Yes, that's true. But you can do that only when you have enough meeples so that you can afford this stuff. But yes, you're completely right. Now so the straight line rule basically, all things being equal, let's say closer to the beginning of the game where there are still all kinds of tile left, when you block, then you gotta turn, or when you defend, you gotta turn the tile in such a way that allows you to use the straight line productively and not your opponent. So if your opponent can defend with a straight line, that's not a good situation for you. If your opponent cannot defend with a straight line, that's a good situation for you, because there are 8 straight lines in the game. It's very difficult to orient them properly. And now Red has a 50%, like 50% of the game in his bag completely. Because if Red gets this triple city tile with the road, he's winning the game no matter what.
But Blue gets the cap with the left turn.
Okay, and probably will drop a field meeple, yeah? So that's something. That's a bit of a compensation.
So it is a game.
It is a game. Well, now Blue has a meeple in the precarious position over here. The wrong kind of cap, and he can't defend. And
but he can try to close the big city.
You think so with 4 remaining? Is he really that desperate?
I don't know.
Although the thing is, like, you could do that and drop a field meeple, so that would be at least a move with tempo. Or you
Yeah.
could, just connect to the field on the right. But you need, I think, to start making some significant moves.
Yeah.
By the way, to remind everybody, to click those like buttons, to meeple the like buttons. That's important for the algorithm. And if you like the stream and intend on watching competitive Carcassonne content more than once, please do subscribe, both for the algorithm and, just so that you actually know when the streams are happening. But then you need to not only to subscribe, but also click the bell icon. Otherwise, the YouTube will not give you notifications. I'm trying to stream at least once a week. Yeah, I have like at least 5 more different questions for you, Elias, but I don't think we can do them just now, just because there are many critical points happening in the game. First of all, we need to see how this situation resolves, because this city is super vulnerable.
Yeah. Also, he might also just put it in the city defending. Okay,
So
he goes
did the
for the
thing.
field. So
Yeah.
the thing is, Pechitos can now attack this big city, and I think he maybe should. Or block the other city. I don't
I'd
know.
block, probably, yeah. Because the thing is, like, this attack is not guaranteed. And also, one of the tiles that you need for the field for the city connection is the tile that you need over here anyway,
Sure.
to complete your own city. And so what could happen, check this out. So if red, you try to attack the city, blue gets the tile that you need over here and uses the same tile to block your connection.
Yes.
So when you are, well, it's actually tough to say who's in the lead now. Well, I mean, blue's clearly in the lead because just blue has so many points. But red has 20% of the game in the bag. Now blue probably is going to decide between taking 3 points in a meeple over here next to his mastery, which is a move that I would prefer, or trying to make it harder for red to complete his city, which is a move I wouldn't prefer. Alright, so Gustavo is watching the stream. Hi, Gustavo. No, obviously Gustavo is not watching the stream. He has other important things to do. Now, red.
I think you can separate the fields. But it creates a new platform. I don't know.
Yeah, so instead, maybe what you could do, well, the platform is there anyway already.
Yeah.
But what you could do maybe is just close off another platform, or simply just double down on
Or
your field.
take it. Yeah.
Or just take it, yeah. But it seems to me that Jose's next move should be somehow connected to a field play. If there were more crossroads remaining, that would be a case for taking this 4-point road maybe, and then trying to finish it and block off this meeple. Actually, a move that I now start to kind of like. Another point to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Check this out. Why not take this road and meeple it? And at the same time, well, connect everything over here, just take 5 points. Because there were still 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 curves remaining. Yeah. I think red could have gotten a chance for easy 5 points, because red should start thinking how he can win this game without the magical tile over here.
Yes. One thing that I've seen red Pechitos do sometimes that I think it's a bit of a flaw in his game is that he leaves lots of big quick points laying around. But yeah, you said that there are no many crossroads, right?
Well, there are 2. Yeah. Actually.
Oh no, yeah, then.
Yeah, so probably no. Like, red should have meepled this. I mean, there are barely any tiles left until the game, and your opponent can just grab quick 5 points. Like, what's the? Yeah, you have to meeple stuff like this. By the way, not an easy tile for Gustavo. Could consider a field connection, but that would be a very risky one. Could
I
just
think
add
you
to a
go to the
city.
city. Yeah.
Do you think it's possible to complete 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? Only one triangle remaining.
But there's the triple city, and I don't know how many caps. So if one triangle, you have low probabilities of closing it. But I would add it to the city just to defend it.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, yeah. You could do that for sure. And you still get the 1 point. You could also consider placing it over here on the right and claim a new field, which is worth 3 points and potentially 9, 6, or even 9. I'm not sure if there's a sufficient number of city caps to actually do that. I'm not sure there is. Yes, I like that. And so he leaves this piece of city cap to make sure
For
that
his
he's
field.
able to score some sort of city.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah,
it no longer exists, but I get the idea.
Yeah, I don't understand Pechito's move of expanding the road, because if you separate the fields, had they joined, it's 3 points each field, so it really didn't matter.
Oh, well, it does matter, I think. Because then just. Wait, but then if you separate, why don't you follow through? Yeah,
I don't know. I don't get it.
I'm not quite sure about that. Gustavo might consider meepling this road, connecting to the field. Many options for Gustavo over here.
Yeah.
I prefer some sort of field connection. Yeah, I guess this one first, and then another one later. Well, so red finally got the, but this is the tile that blue really deserved, because that was, I think, a bit too scared of, too timid of red not to meeple this road earlier. Well, now blue owns this 6-point field, which will become a 9-point field if red completes his city. Blue would really not want it to become a 9-point field, but yet blue needs to think of some way how he can win the game if red gets this tile. Because the thing is, like, if that's interesting when there's such a crucial tile. In the game as it is, it guarantees the victory for whichever side draws it. So both sides should be trying to gain the extra few percentage points, trying to think how they could win the game, even if they get unlucky here.
Yes.
Because, like, otherwise it just doesn't matter what you do. It will be like a 20-point city. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 15. Oh. Wait, 1, 2,
Plus
3.
the 2 points of the road.
Oh yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 24. So it will be a 26 points move. A 26 point city.
Yeah.
And actually, I feel maybe blue has it in them. By the way, you see this move that I suggested over here on this field would have worked just like a charm. Here, then here. Oh, that would have been great. Because, like, again, with blue, I think it may be possible with this huge rune over here. Maybe you can afford losing the 26 points somehow, yes. And that's why he's just looking for these extra percentages to try and flip for another curve. Because here's the thing. He can afford to lose the flip if he wins this coin flip. But maybe if he loses this coin flip for the city tile, he can somehow still win. I kind of like what blue is trying to do here. Maybe there was another way, but certainly.
Oh, check this out.
The right spirit.
If I don't know how many straight roads are, but blue can try to join his farmer to the big farm if red joins. I don't know if you follow on the top.
Yes.
Top right.
Yes. And this is exactly what he did. Brilliant. Well, then again, I'm not sure how many curves there are. Actually, I'm sure there's only one.
Yeah. I think red has the field.
Yeah. And now there's only one curve remaining, and you can't join both meeples.
Yeah.
Well, then never mind. Then just leave the curve alone. Let red have these 9 points. Okay, Gustavo wins the game.
Oh, Gustavo gets the city.
Yeah, he wins the game. I mean, I can't see. Or can I? I
The
can see red winning. This move over here. If reds gets the curve, then red will
oh,
eat up this 6-point meeple.
that's a
And this
12
will give
point
him plus
move.
12. And then red will
Yeah.
win. So we're now flipping for another thing. We're now flipping for a curve. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yes, there's one left.
And I like that Gustavo is taking his time in this move because there's lots of stuff to think about.
And to be honest, I'm not even sure if 4 minutes, 15 seconds is enough to complete the thinking.
Yeah. You can do quick points or take a big feature like this 5-point road. Okay, he went for 2 quick points.
But then the thing is, you really got to calculate, do these 2 points make any difference whatsoever
Yeah.
at this stage in the game? Because maybe you, for example, if you know that you have to win the flip, and there's just no way how you can win otherwise, maybe a move that you can consider is putting this at the top to make sure that you try and block this connection over here.
Yes. Yeah, that was definitely an option. And then okay. Oh, nice.
Oh, and blocking the monastery spot. Well, that's quite nice. There's another monastery spot, but
Yeah.
well, I mean, Gustavo has to take the monastery. Ah, okay. So they were also flipping for this, so it wasn't that important. Well, Gustavo won the coin flip for the curve.
Yeah. And he
Oh, he'll probably connect these. No,
no, but
he won't connect anything.
Yeah, he doesn't get anything by connecting.
And actually, also, I realized that he didn't. He so the 2 points were a good move because there was no point in blocking the connection on the right because there was still the same connection on the left. So red was threatening to eat up either
Okay.
this 6-point field or this 6-point field. But
There,
now,
Gustavo let go 1 point at the end there.
oh yes, actually, Gustavo should have added 1 point to his monastery. Well, I think it didn't make a difference, and Gustavo won. Was that their second game already?
Yes, Gustavo won the first one by 1 point.
Uh-huh. And so this is a big point for Brazil. All right, we have to look at some updates and then at some viewer questions as well. So the big score is 1-1, but I expect that something might have happened in the meantime.
Yes. So Deus won the second game, so they are 1-1.
Is that the one that we're gonna watch?
Oh no, wait. Deus won the second and the third game.
And the third.
So Deus wins 2-1. Salva 3xz upsets Dan Pessoa in the second game. And they are playing the third one.
So that's something that we could watch.
And
guess, like-
Trompowski, Dreamcats. Oh, I didn't check how they're going. They are finishing a game. I don't know what number of game is this.
Also, Arab is saying that Gustavo lost the first game by 1.
Oh, oh, sorry.
So so it's tied. Now who do we watch?
It's tied.
Okay,
Oh,
we're gonna ask our viewers who do you want to see. We have either the decider for Gustavo, or we have the decider for Drumcat, right?
yes. Okay. I'm so confused. There's the decider
Whoever
for
is the
Dan
first to write a
Peso.
suggestion gets to decide whom we're gonna watch. I'm just gonna. I always keep getting Gustavo's spelling name. It's 2 R's, not 2 D's. So it turns out I'm apparently both colorblind and dyslexic today. Yep, you were correct. Thank you for pointing that out, Arab.
So Trompowski won by a landslide his game against Dreamcat. I don't know if it's what number of game is. Let me check. It's the second one, so that's a big point for Brazil.
So Trompowski. Actually, that's an upset, I think. Because to me, Dremkat is clearly the strongest player in Colombia. But I mean, no, it's close indeed.
It's close. Trompowski won the Inter de Viriano. It was a international competition organized by the publisher De Beer, who publishes Carcassonne in Spanish and Portuguese. They made this big event with all the De Beer countries, and Gustavo won that tournament. Sorry, Trompowski won that tournament. So yeah, he has a Carcassonne CV as well.
I like the way you put it. Carcassonne CV. Well, and
by the way,
yeah?
I do write my Carcassonne achievements in my CV.
Like in your actual CV that you
yeah
sent for your. So how did your wait? So are you doing a postdoc now?
Yes.
All right. So I guess I don't know how does that work. Do you have like, what's the word for you? I guess you have some kind of supervisor, right? PI, right?
Yes. I have a PI.
So did they hire you because you're good at Carcassonne?
No. No, actually my PI is the guy who started the field that I work in.
That's pretty cool. Well, by the way, we're sort of started looking at the third game between Gustavo and Pechitos here. We might change at some point, but the timing was very good. We have an advantage for the Colombian player, so. But probably he's gonna block. Yeah, and that will be the best move, I think. He can also sort of save his monastery, but I don't think it's worth saving yet because this critical point has not resolved yet. An alternative would be trying to.
You can block with a farmer.
You can block with a farmer. I like that actually. I like that very much. Even though, oh, by the way, so speaking of early farmers, even though this farm is very small, it has 3 points, but you have 2 of your opponent's city. Yeah. And now Gustavo can block the. Okay, that's also fine. You see, that's actually great that Red managed to create several threats. One threat of completing the monastery, threat of taking over this city. And so now it's going to be a question of priority. Red going for the 75% over here. That's fine. 75% because there's 2 tiles remaining that fit over here. That will give a comfy 12 or 14 points for this city for red if that works. And I'm saying 12 or 14 because one of the remaining tiles has a shield and the other one doesn't. And I'm also counting the 2-point road that is sticking into it. So it seems to me that the players are taking the time, which is great because I can have a look at the chats. I actually, you'd be surprised. Uh, oh yeah, bye Sam. Uh, I did not mention Carcassonne in my CVs, although I do mention a bunch of random stuff sometimes. Uh, Also, I had a job where actually I had to check people's CVs, and I didn't come across a CV that would mention Carcassonne there, unfortunately. But then let's ask it the other way around. If Carcassonne didn't help you in math, did math help you in Carcassonne? Well, first of all, like, which area of math do you actually research? Is it topology, perhaps? That would suit very well for Carcassonne, I think.
No, I work on something called abstract polytopes. It's part of combinatorics, I would say, discrete mathematics. So what can I say that it's not boring for everyone? You could make a connection with Carcassonne if you try, because
Please try.
because an abstract polytope is something like you have vertices, you have edges, and each edge connects to vertices, but then you have faces, and each face is made of edges, and then two faces share an edge usually.
Mm-hmm.
So oh, by the way, here is an evil hamster opportunity.
Absolutely, that favors red, because red will be getting 10 points if he gets the tile,
Yeah.
and blue will be getting 7 points because 8 points because he will getting the monastery. And remember, Elias, earlier you suggested of dropping this guy with a field meeple, and how nice would have been looking right now. So that's the point of early farmers. If you can predict, if you know that your opponents are about to complete the city, then you can drop a farmer, because now red started to fight for this field anyway, but he might have done so without having to lose a move. And now actually what red might do is drop a farmer over here. Yeah, I like this move very much. You put it on the right, you drop a farmer, you wait for the monastery. If you're the first one to get the monastery, you win the game. If you're the second one to get the monastery, maybe you win the game. Instead, going for the city, which is also perfectly fine. However, it's vulnerable, and I expect blue to attack it immediately, either by choosing to connect or choosing a blocking attempt. I'm not sure which one he's gonna prefer. Given that blue has a meeple advantage, I would go for the block. I would go for the connection rather than the block. Also, a move that blue can consider is the move that I was suggesting for red last move. For example, dropping a
field.
Dropping a field meeple over here, but instead he goes for the block. I'm not a huge fan of this move because, yes, even though it kind of works sort of now and it works out, you kind of can complete the block, which is absolutely what you should do now. No need to get extra greedy. No need to get extra greedy. Oh, okay, maybe you do. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. That's fine.
3 points.
Or 9 points for the field, actually.
Yeah.
Maybe the field. Maybe the farmer was better.
Yeah. The thing is, if someone gets the curve, they will probably take the 4 points instead of the field. So now Gustavo should take the field. Now it's the time.
Yeah, absolutely. You put it over here. You make it harder to complete, and maybe you just don't worry about that too much. But you also have to block, kind of.
Yeah, but
the thing is, like, I know it's a tough decision now, but then Gustavo now needs the same tiles everywhere, so he kind of sort of created the problem for himself. Instead, with his 4 meeples, you don't need to block. All you need to do is just neutralize this guy, this red, so that red does not accidentally complete a huge city. So imagine this situation, but with this being over here. Yeah, well, now you.
Oh, with nothing.
Yeah, mistake. There's no way. By the way, if you're not sure how to play fields, if you see a 9-point field, take it. It's that simple. If you have at least 2 meeples, you see a 9-point field, you take it. Okay, now Blue's given another chance. Like, Don't
No,
miss.
four
Okay,
point road or
yeah, but now
field.
probably you need a road as well. I could see an argument for the road, but the thing is, like, if you wait too long to take the field, then sometimes, depending on the landscape, the side with fewer meeples can win the field. But you see, now blue just lost 4 points. Well, first of all, uh, because blue could have taken the field on previous move, and now I don't get it. Like, I really don't. And then red is probably thinking between saving a city or taking 6 point city, and of course taking a 6 point city is much better. But who am I
Yeah,
to say anything?
I
Sorry, okay, I'm just always in this mode where I kind of like to evaluate every move, but the correct move it's also not obvious very often, and there's also always some pressure to perform. So, for example, myself, I definitely make more mistakes. Well, that's a good question. I think I make more mistakes in the world championships than I make normally. Like, if I'm just in a good move and playing a casual game, I completely relaxed. I play slightly better.
For me lately it has been the opposite. I think I've played really well this WTCOC, and to do so, what I've done is not play casual almost at all.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm basically only playing training when I'm training or the official games.
Yeah, that's
Because when
mhm.
I play casual too much, what happens is that I started to play really rushed and making stuff which looks nice without counting if it's actually nice or just fun.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, sometimes in casual games I make moves which are not the best, but were just more entertaining. There's definitely that points as well. So you're taking an approach that Marian Kurkan is taking, the sense that if you can't give it 100%, then don't play.
Yeah.
Now, again, very interesting choice for blue multiple candidate moves. You could connect to the city. You could start a new city on the right and at the same time block the city. Or if you were to place this triangle again above but turning it to the left, you would be investing a valuable tile, but you would be completely blocking this. And now he's going to drop a field meeple, yeah. So he's going to win this field with a 3-1 majority. Haha. And now
Oh,
there's going to be a
he gets
50%.
the tile that Pechitos wanted.
One of the two tiles that Pachitos wanted, so there's still it still exists. Yeah, so Pachitos can just continue. So this was my problem with this movie. I think that you're just giving red too much chances, and you're being a little bit too stingy with the meeples. And he's just building. Okay, there comes the other tile. But again, that was extremely risky. But sometimes it's gonna happen,
Now, do you take the city or
25%.
do you take the road, adding a cap to your field?
I wouldn't care about that much. Yeah, I would do exactly what Gustavo just did. Because I think now you gotta start thinking about win probabilities more than points. And
Yes.
if you have this stuff secured, yeah. Well, Jose is surprised, apparently, about blue drawing back-to-back tiles that red needed, but that's part of the game. 25%, that happens all the time. Well, actually, that happens once every 4 games. Red could still win this, maybe.
But you always remember the times that happens and you always forget the times that it doesn't. So it feels like it happens quite much more.
Exactly, yeah. Mind sports players have selective memories, and some of the are more selective than others. As I said, kind of, my main advice is never complain about luck.
Yeah.
even if there are some genuine reasons to do so. So now if I were blue, I'd probably tie the city above. Like you can't
Yeah,
risk that. Yeah.
and it's forced. Yeah, he has to give it to blue.
Yeah. And now
If this
actually,
had been with a cap instead of a triangle, it would have forced Pechitos to tie it, to add
that's beautiful. And
blue
then
dots to his city.
this would have created another connection spot, which Gustavo could have used.
Mhm.
Now it's not obvious whether Gustavo should even connect, and yes, I like that. Because if Gustavo were to connect, there's a reconnection spot. So Gustavo is just really doing this to sort of freeze the game. And yes, in this mini battle, Gustavo is losing. But he's only losing 2 points because he has 5 points for this piece. And Red has 7 points for this piece. And
There's still one extension, I think. Yeah, there's still one triple city left. So,
I don't think so. Pechitos has it in hand.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, maybe Pechitos wants to just join the city and bet on trying to win it later. If there are enough Doritos, I don't know.
Yeah, you might do that just for the sake of getting the 5. Ah. Well, Doritos don't seem to look plentiful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Nah, there's only 2 remaining.
That's not good, I think.
But that's the okay, so that's the coin flip decided the game. So the thing, if Red were the first to draw the monastery, then Red could have won. Now, it just doesn't look likely at all. Okay, so Red now needs to... I don't know what needs to... I just don't know what Red needs to do. But still, first of all, don't maybe not write stuff like this in the chat. Yeah, devastating. But come on, it's part of the game. You can still do something. There's still a monastery over here. Okay, not anymore. Now you can write. Now you can be devastated. Now it's okay. So now it's really over.
Oh.
Yes, this is what I would have done as well. Yeah. Okay, so now so that you really have this. Okay, well, obviously. You need to take this and to just congratulate your opponent because there's nothing else that you can do. Gustavo can choose between 7 points or blocking the red meeple. Blocking completely because there are no starting tiles remaining. If red if black is black, again, new color combination, blue. Gustavo, let me just use I could use, why do I keep referring for colors? I can use the player's nationality, I can use their screen name, I can use their real name. I have to use colors so that there's more chances of messing it up. However, I might mess up people's names as well. It's not that hard to do. But this match is definitely looking like it's heading Brazil's way, maybe.
The other match is 38-38 with 2 tiles remaining. I think it favors Brazil at a quick glance because of a huge city. Monasteries, they are equal. The roads are equal. There's this field that is shared. Okay, I think Brazil is going to win the other match, but there are chances for a Hail Mary for Colombia.
Alrighty, speaking of Hail Marys, it looks like there isn't gonna be one in this game, and Alan correcting me over here saying that there is still one of the starting tiles, one of the city caps with the road remaining, which means that this block is not gonna work. So what blue should do here is just grab 7 points on the bottom left with the city cap. I'm saying 7 because it's 4 points for the city immediately and 3 points for blue's field. So, how does. Well, if we're to try really, really hard, how does red win this? Is there enough time to get 3 more meeples on the field?
I mean, you can try there are connection spots on the bottom with a curve, uh, using the newly created one with the city. Also, there's one on the top left.
Mm-hmm. So there's
So
2 connection spots. One of the bottom right. Actually, the one of the bottom right is a pretty good one. So much so that as blue, just to anticipate any shenanigans, I would
yeah,
just put like a 5th meeple on the field. So this would be a very good case for over farming, I think, just because there's just nothing else that can win the game. There are still 2 monasteries remaining, but 2 monasteries remaining are only 12 points because they're 2 6-point monastery spots, right here on the left and right here on the right. So maybe red could meeple those.
yeah. I like what you suggested, and I would actually like have put the road on the very bottom just to make it hard to connect. So maybe I can do that extra 3 points.
Ah,
And
I like that.
and you just took away 1 connection spot from the opponent, so it doesn't matter. The opponent won't get 3 meeples because there are no 3 connection spots anymore.
By the way, William pointing out that the stream is approaching 4 hours now.
Oh wow.
So
And I have a tournament. Well, I'm not playing, but I'm organizing a qualifier for the Mexican national in 10 minutes.
yeah. So I guess we can. So maybe just. Or do you need to leave now or?
No. I can stay here. Let me just. Yeah, I can stay here for 10 minutes at least.
Okay, that's great. So this gives time to you guys to ask Elias questions on sensitive topics because remember, Elias is not only a player, a streamer, and a mathematician, doing abstract polytopes, which I still, if I'm completely honest, do not fully understand what that means. So I have to go. I have to do some googling afterwards.
Yeah, I can do a better try because I sometimes forget that polytope is not a common word in people's lives, but polyhedra are. So a polytope of rank 3 or a polytope of dimension 3 is a polyhedron, and a polytope of dimension 2 is a polygon. So those are things that you may be more used to.
Okay, I understand that actually, and then
So
basically
the
you
word
have to work.
polytope means any dimension.
Oh, so you have to work in higher dimensions, like basically imagine what a 4D, well, basically like a 4D polyhedron would look like, and
Yes. And the abstract part means that I really don't care how they exist in geometric space. I only care what vertex is in which face and what face is in what edge are on each face and stuff like that. But I don't think in distances, I don't think in angles or areas, but more about the combinatorial structure.
okay,
So for
that
me,
makes sense.
a building is a cube. No matter how tall it is, it looks like a cube, so it's a cube.
Mm-hmm.
So Danilo Pessoa won his match.
So is it 3-1?
Yes, I think so.
And it's probably gonna be 4-1 after this. In the meantime, by the way, while you were explaining stuff in now terms that it makes it easier for me to understand, so thank you for that. Red was doing a great job trying very hard to secure compensation for the field. Looks like it's not going to be fully enough. just because blue managed to complete a 5-point road and got a bit of a lucky run out there. So what Gustavo gonna do is probably grab a 5-point road at the very top on the right by placing this straight line right over here. Maybe red will free up his meeple somehow, because he was really trying to do that, which I appreciate. So, yes, William, this would be the longest stream ever. And then last time the 3-hour stream was the longest ever, but it just so happened that all the games were clustered in one day, so we might as well just do them. Is that your longest stream ever, Elias, as well?
I think so, yes. I've streamed 2 matches in a row. I don't think I've ever streamed 3. But this one is easy because I'm talking with someone. Talking by myself is hard to make long streams.
I know, yeah, I could not have done it alone. So thank you for sticking around. I appreciate that.
Well, thank you for inviting me.
Yeah, we're already sort of starting to go into the goodbye phase, given that you need to go into your tournament pretty soon. So I think I'm gonna make an exception and not do a post-stream analysis. Oh, but so I don't know if Elias, you were around, but like I did sometimes, and analyze the game that we didn't watch. But probably 4 hours of Carcassonne is pretty good for a Sunday.
Yeah.
I hope we're not gonna leave anybody like Carcassonne hungry. Well, here are some nice 4 points looking for blue. Take it. Take it. And then, I don't know what red will be able to do. Well, red did manage to equalize this city, kind of investing these moves into 5 points, just because red ended up with loads of meeples, but nowhere to spend them. And I think this is a great illustration of the question earlier. Is an early farmer worth it? Yeah, it would have been. In this case, it would have been. Alrighty. Actually, I think that the score difference is not going to be that great. It's going to be like 8 points or something. I may be wrong, though. So it's probably a matter of like 1 monastery coin flip, something like this. 4 points. This is fantastic. Yeah, because you see, so the monastery coin flip gave a lot, but I think what really gave blue the victory is this little 5-point road over here that blue managed to complete it, and blue managed to deploy all his meeples, and actually this 4-point city at the end making the difference between a tie and a victory. Still great effort by red to manage to try and gain the compensation. But Gustavo, in a very Brazilian style, managed to secure a gigantic field and thus win the game.
So is Brazil 3-2 or 4-1? I forgot.
Four to one, I think. Because I'm not sure who else. So Esteban won, but I'm not sure who else won. Because there were a couple of titles.
Oh yeah,
and then...
Teus won, Gustavo won, Dan Pessoa won, and the other one was Trompowski who also won. Yeah,
against Remcat, sort of pulling what I would still call a slight upset, but that was a tough match. So Steven is asking how about streaming Argentina versus USA? I'm tempted, but I think I'm gonna try to do so.
You can watch that on El Colono Z's Twitch channel if you want to.
Right, that's of course in Spanish, but I mean you already know. Like, just all you gotta know is that Dorito is a triangle city. There's tapas ortogonales. That's the city splitter. Yeah, that's really all you need to know. Then you'll understand. Already, William is asking if I could get viewers on stream. Well, technically, I'm doing it every time because everybody whom I'm inviting has seen my stream before. So, already, thank you so much, Elias, for being here. I'm going to let you carry on with your organizer duties. Especially thanks so much for waking early, because everybody's got to realize that Elias is in the Western Hemisphere right now. And so we were starting early in the morning. It's now early evening in the UK where I am. And if we have somebody from East Asia, that's, I guess, late evening. Alrighty, I guess.
Thanks for inviting me. It was fun. Good games.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks very much for being here. Thanks everybody for watching. I guess what I gotta remind you, oh yes, that you can predict the winner of the championship in order to win this Carcassonne set, the 20th anniversary edition. Comment either on this stream or on any of my videos. Your prediction, including the first, second, third, and fourth place overall for the championship. Also got to remind you to like and subscribe. That's important for the algorithm. And William is asking, have I ever thought about a viewer tournament? And please, no spoilers here. Actually, yes, but yes. it's at some point it's happening. I have thought about it actually more carefully with some detail. Alrighty, then that's it. If you have any more questions, then please just comment on any of my videos or reach out on Board Game Arena. Yeah, bye Elias and bye everyone.
Bye.